Settle in, dear friend. Let the world soften around you for a while. Maybe you are curled on a couch with a blanket tucked around your legs, the gentle weight signaling safety. Perhaps you are in bed, the room dim, a cup of something warm nearby. Feel the warmth of the mug against your palm. Feel the fabric on your shoulders. Hear the quiet sounds that mean life is carrying on without you needing to chase it. The low hum of a refrigerator, a distant car, the whisper of the evening air. If it helps, place your phone face down and let its glow fade out. This is your time now. Time to unclench from the day and rest inside your own life. Take a slow breath in through your nose, not deep, just kind. Let it slip out through your mouth as if you are fogging a small window. 2 more breaths just like that. No performance, no special technique, only the reassurance that breathing is happening and you are allowed to feel it. Notice what loosens as the exhale falls away. Perhaps your jaw, perhaps your shoulders, perhaps even your thoughts which were sure they had to keep spinning to hold everything together. They do not. Not right now. You are here and here is enough. Before we go on, let me know where you're listening from. And if this brings you peace, please subscribe to Calm Buddha Path so more people can find it. We are going to spend time together learning everyday peace. Not an abstract ideal and not a promise that life will stop being busy. Instead, the kind of quiet that finds you while you pack lunches, open email, change a diaper, commute across town, straighten a room that immediately unstraightens itself. Everyday peace is not the end of motion. It is the gentle center within motion, the soft ground you can feel even while walking. You might notice a part of you bracing already, as if the mind thinks peace is a task. Am I doing it right? How will I keep it going tomorrow? What if I mess it up? Let that part know it is welcome here. We will not force anything. We will not measure you. We will not grade your stillness. We are friends sitting at a small table, steam rising from our cups, and we are sharing the kind of conversation that makes the chest relax and the eyes warm. If at any point it feels like too much, you can pause. You can skip ahead. You can rest your attention on the breath or the weight of your body against the chair and rejoin when you like. This is a gentle space. For a moment, put your hand on your belly or your chest. Whatever feels more natural. Feel the rise with the inhale and the fall with the exhale. If your mind wanders, good. It means you have a mind with momentum and it wants to help. Simply notice the wandering and, with the smallest bow of kindness, guide your attention back to the rise and fall. Each return is part of the practice. Each return is the practice. There is a simple teaching we'll carry through the whole journey. Peace grows where resistance softens. Not surrender as in giving up, but loosening the insistence that this moment must be other than it is for you to be okay. This softening allows you to act with clarity instead of panic, to speak with kindness instead of reactivity, to rest without the story that rest must be earned. We will return again and again to this. Letting go of unnecessary struggle creates space for wise action. Let's begin with a tiny scene from an ordinary day. You wake to the alarm and your mind arrives before your body. The meeting, the traffic, the list, the child's project due, the message you forgot to answer. The heart tightens. The breath shortens without permission. At the sink you splash water and see your reflection. The eyes already busy. Here is our first micro-practice, a 20-second ritual you can do at any sink in the world. As you wash your hands or your face, let the water remind you. This is a new moment. Feel the temperature of the water. Name it softly in your mind, warm, cool, lukewarm. Listen to the sound in the basin. Take one breath as if the water is washing your breath too. Then, as you reach for the towel, privately say to yourself, I can start gentle, not perfect, not productive, gentle. Let gentle be the first setting of the day. Now, a small story simple as a pebble. A farmer once told a monk that he would be happy if only his life were less complicated. The monk listened and said, "I cannot help you remove your problems. I can help you stop arguing with them." The farmer felt annoyed and asked, "Isn't that the same thing?" The monk smiled, "Not at all." The farmer still had to plant and harvest, care and repair, lose and love. But he learned to stop spending his mornings fighting weather, his afternoons fighting neighbors, and his evenings fighting himself. In time, the field grew more food, because the farmer's energy was no longer tangled in resistance. This is the heart of everyday peace. Less arguing with life, more tending to it. If your day was loud, let's turn the volume down together. Picture a dial in your chest, a simple round dial with numbers that don't matter. Sense your fingers gently turning it one notch lower. The room doesn't change, your relationship to the room does. Another notch, and another. Feel the weight of your body meeting gravity. Where do your feet rest? What part of your back wants support? Can you let the chair or mattress take 5% more of you? Peace begins when your weight is welcome. I want to offer a second micro-practice, this one for when you are walking from one room to another, or from your car to the door, or from one meeting to the next. Takes 10 seconds. As you walk, allow your attention to drop into the soles of your feet. Feel the heel touch, then the ball, then the toes. Heel, ball, toes. With each step, say quietly inside, "Here, step, here, step, here." If your mind insists on rehearsing or remembering, let it, but keep one small corner of awareness on the feet, like a candle burning in a window. You are training a friendly tether to the present, so that the present can begin to feel like home again. You do not have to believe any of this. You only have to notice how your nervous system responds to being allowed. Allowed to breathe, allowed to not know, allowed to move slowly even in a fast world. If skepticism rises, that's okay too. Skepticism has protected you before. You might even thank it, then invite it to sit beside you while we explore. We are not replacing your intelligence. We are letting it rest in something wider. There's an image I love, you as a lake at dawn. At the surface, small wind ripples, occasional boats leaving gentle wakes, a fish's brief circle. The mind often lives at the surface where ripples seem like storms. But the lake is also depth, quiet layers under the surface, cool and steady. You don't have to force the surface to be still. You only have to remember that depth is also real. Everyday peace is depth awareness while the surface keeps doing what surfaces do. Right now, check the small muscles around your eyes. Soften them. Let your gaze grow kind, even if your eyes are closed. Relax your tongue from the roof of your mouth. Unclench the hairline. Release your shoulders down and back an inch. These tiny releases are a language the body understands better than thoughts like, "Calm down." The body hears touch, posture, breath. When you befriend the body, the mind often follows, relieved to not carry it all alone. Some people think peace is a luxury. I meet many who say, maybe later when things slow down, but later tends to keep moving away. Peace is not the prize after the race. It is the way you run. It is what keeps you humane in the middle of deadlines and what brings you back to love after an argument. It is what helps you notice the sunlight across the kitchen floor and remember you are alive. I want to bless your ordinary life. The dish rack, the laundry in uneven piles, the sticky note on the fridge, the way you always know where the scissors are. The people who depend on you. The parts of you that are tired of being depended on. The way you carry stories from your past that ache in certain weather. Everyday peace is not the denial of any of this. It is an embrace that says, you are allowed to be a full human, and I am with you while you are. Let this program be a companion, not a fix. If it feels right, Close your eyes or lower your gaze and imagine your day as a string of small rooms. The bedroom where you woke, the kitchen where you made something, the car or train with its particular smell, the desk or counter where you used your mind like a bright tool. As you mentally walk through these rooms, say thank you to each one. Not because everything that happened there was easy, but because you moved through it. You showed up. You tried. Even when you were irritated or overwhelmed, you still carried your small flame. That counts, dear friend. Counts very much. Let's pause for a 30-second practice of compassionate self-talk. Choose a sentence that feels believable and kind. Here are some possibilities. I'm doing my best with the energy I have. It's okay to move slowly. I can respond. I don't have to react. Whisper your sentence once on the inhale and once on the exhale. Allow your chest to hear it like warm water. If resistance says, "This is silly," smile and answer, "Maybe so, but warmth is allowed." A brief vignette from the Buddha's life may help us touch the spirit of this work. There is a familiar story of him sitting under the fig tree in the night, not to war with his thoughts but to understand them. When Mara, the voice of fear and agitation, arrived with visions and temptations, the future Buddha did not rise to wrestle. He looked down and touched the earth, a quiet gesture that said, "I belong here. This ground bears witness to my presence." The earth did not argue, simply bore him. I like to imagine that gesture in our modern day. A parent on the kitchen floor after bedtime, touching the tile. A nurse in the hallway between rooms, palm against the wall. A student before an exam, fingertips on the desk, touching the world to say, "I am here, I belong, I can meet this." Peace is sometimes a hand on the ground. Now, if your mind wanders to tomorrow, your to-do list unfurling like a long banner, practice this response. Yes, tomorrow. Not yet. Return to the rhythm of your breath. If the list insists, write down the 1 or 2 items that truly can't be forgotten on a small paper nearby. Then lay the pen down and place your hand on that paper, as if tucking a child to sleep. Yes, tomorrow. Not yet. Your life will be waiting for you. It is not going anywhere. I want to speak to the part of you that feels behind. Behind on messages, behind on goals, behind on becoming the person you promised yourself you would be. That part fights to catch up, but it is like running on a moving walkway that is going the opposite way. No matter how fast you run, behind remains. Every day peace steps off the walkway. It asks, what is actually needed here? Often the answer is smaller than your anxious mind imagined. A single call, one honest sentence, a glass of water, onop. Beginning with small kindnesses changes the angle of the whole day. Here is another tiny practice, 15 seconds long, for transitions between tasks. When you finish something, sending the email, washing the pan, returning from a meeting, pause and exhale slightly longer than your inhale. Say inwardly, complete. Feel your shoulders drop a fraction. Then, before you pick up the next thing, ask, what matters now? Not in an existential way, in a simple way. Then do just that. It's like clearing the table before setting the next meal. Your mind appreciates the clarity. You might worry that these gentle pauses will make you less effective. What I have seen, and perhaps you will see too, is the opposite. When you interrupt the habit of racing, even for 10 seconds, you reduce the friction of reactivity. You make fewer mistakes born of panic. You remember small details that would have cost you time later. And you speak more kindly, which is its own kind of efficiency because it prevents the cleanup required after harshness. If you are in bed now, let your body feel heavier. Imagine grains of sand settling in a clear jar. The mind is the water, the day is the sand, and gravity is your permission to rest. If you are sitting, Feel your sitting bones as anchors, steady and wide. Let the breath be exactly as it is. No more effort than necessary. Let your face take the shape of someone who trusts that rest will not ruin their life. Perhaps there was a moment today that felt rough-edged. A misunderstanding, a tone you wish you could take back, a promise you couldn't keep. Bring it to mind, but only lightly, like holding a photograph at arm's length. Offer this phrase, "May I learn from this and be gentle with myself." If another person is involved, add, "May they find ease too." This is not about letting yourself off the hook. It is about relating to the hook wisely. Self-judgment freezes growth. Gentle truth-telling allows it. In the days ahead, we will explore practices to meet wanting, pushing away, and confusion. The three habits that tangle our peace, and we will cultivate the counter-moves of release, acceptance, and clear seeing. We will travel through everyday scenes and small parables, touching the life of the Buddha not as distant history but as a mirror for now. We will strengthen three inner powers: compassion, clear seeing, and letting go. Each part will be a soft stone in your pocket, something you can hold when life hurries you. For tonight, for this first part, let the agenda be small. You have breathed kindly. You have practiced feeling the soles of your feet. You have whispered a phrase of compassion. You have remembered the farmer who stopped arguing with his life. That is plenty. Your nervous system understands plenty. It moves differently when you declare sufficiency. If sleep is coming, let it come. If you are awake and listening, trust that listening is also a form of rest. You do not have to be fixed to be worthy of ease. You do not have to get to the end of your list to feel relief. Everyday peace is the art of being with what's here, with tenderness and enoughness. I am with you in this. Across distance and time, we are sitting at the same small table, sharing the same quiet cup. Before we close this first part, place one hand over your heart and one over your belly again. Inhale softly for a count that feels natural, maybe 4. Exhale for a count that is 1 beat longer. Do this 3 times. Feel the warmth of your own hands. Feel the way the body responds with trust when it is met with gentleness. Whisper, if it fits, "I can start gentle," and let that be your bookmark. Rest now or keep me close as you drift. The next part will carry you a little further inside the practice. Step by step, nothing to prove, everything to feel. For now, the night holds you, the earth holds you, your breath holds you. You are here, and that is more than enough. Welcome back, dear friend. Settle where you are. Let the body arrive before the mind rushes in with its long list. If you're in bed, let the mattress rise to meet the curves of you. If you're on a chair, feel the seat hold you like a small, faithful boat. Take one soft breath in through the nose and let it slip out like a sigh you don't have to apologize for. We are not hurrying toward peace. We are letting peace catch up to us. Let's begin by arriving through the senses. Without straining, notice 3 sounds you can hear right now. Maybe the soft machinery of the room, a car turning somewhere beyond the window, a voice on a hallway, the hush of nighttime. Let sound come to you like birds landing on a quiet lake. Next, notice 3 places where the body touches support. Shoulder to cushion, thigh to chair, heel to floor, head to pillow. Name them silently. Finally, notice 3 small places of ease. It could be as simple as the space between the eyebrows, the warmth of your hands, or the way your cheek rests without effort. These are your entry points. We will keep using them. There is a key idea I want to place gently in your palm tonight. Clear seeing instead of quick judging. The mind is fast. It loves to label. Good, bad, too slow, not enough, should have, if only. Judgment is an understandable habit. It was built to keep you safe and efficient. But when judgment runs the whole show, Your nervous system lives as if every moment is a test. Clear seeing is different. It is the practice of meeting what is here as if you have time to understand it. Clear seeing is a friendly curiosity. It asks, "What's true right now?" and then listens before deciding. To feel the difference, try this tiny experiment. Think of a common annoyance. Say, a sink full of dishes when you are already tired. Let the usual commentary rise just for a moment. Why is it always me? I can't keep up. This never ends. Notice what happens in your body. The shoulders climb, the breath tightens, the jaw sets, the heart beats in a smaller box. Now pause. Place one palm lightly on the counter or your own knee. Take a small breath and ask, "What is true right now?" Perhaps the answer is simple. Warm water, plates, a tired body, a hope for rest, a wish for help. Clear seeing notices fatigue and wishes, but it does not heap insult on top. Clear seeing might say, "I'll wash 3 plates and leave the rest," or "I'll ask for help," or "I'll set a timer for 5 minutes." The situation may not change much, but your relationship to it softens, and that makes room for wise action. Another everyday scene. The inbox waking up like a hive the moment you open your laptop. The quick judger voices arrive. Behind again. Why did they CC me? I can't face this. Clear seeing practice. Before clicking anything, place both feet flat and lift your gaze from the screen for one breath. On the exhale, say inwardly, "Just one." Then open just one message and do just the next needed thing: reply, archive, schedule, or add to a list. Close it. Drop the shoulders. Another breath. Just one. In 10 cycles, you may finish 10 important actions without the extra friction of catastrophizing. You are not trying to be a machine. You are letting simple clarity carry you. Here is a short parable that carries this idea without preaching. A traveler came to a small river at dusk. The water was not wide but fast, and there were stones across it like a necklace with missing beads. He said to himself, "The river is dangerous. I should have brought a bridge." He stood there creating bridges out of worry and words until the sky deepened. An old woman appeared, carrying a bundle of sticks as if it weighed nothing. She said nothing to the traveler. She only touched the water with her toe, watched the current, waited, then stepped to the first stone when it felt steady. She did the same for the second stone and then the third. By the time she reached the other side, the traveler finally stopped describing the river and began to see it. He took a breath, felt for the movement, stepped when the stepping was ready, and found his way across. The river had not changed. His attention had. Clear seeing is not passive. It does not tell you to accept harm or swallow your voice. If anything, clear seeing is the condition for wise boundaries. When you see clearly what hurts, what helps, what is mine to do, you can say yes or no from the ground of reality, not from panic. The voice of panic either barks orders or goes silent. The voice of clarity is simpler. This is okay with me. This is not okay with me. I need a pause. I need help. Let these be sentences you practice saying to yourself first, so they are easier to say out loud when needed. I want to introduce a small, sturdy practice I call the doorway pause. Each time you pass through a literal doorway into your home, into the kitchen, into the meeting room, into your child's room, let the threshold be a signal. Stop for one breath. Feel the door frame or the handle. Feel the texture, the temperature. Ask, what am I carrying? Maybe you are carrying a frustration from the last conversation. Maybe you are carrying urgency that doesn't belong here. Maybe you are carrying tenderness you'd like to remember. Then choose what crosses with you. Imagine setting the rest down on the floor for a while. You can pick it up later if you still want it. This 10-second ritual prevents emotional spillover. keeps you from carrying yesterday into the kitchen or tomorrow into the bedtime story. Another micro-practice for busy days, the 2-sip meditation. When you drink anything, water, tea, coffee, let the first 2 sips be uninterrupted. No phone, no email, no planning. Just the cup, the temperature, the swallow, the ground. 2 sips may take 5 seconds. Those seconds are enough to remind your body that life is lived through the senses, not just through tasks. You are not delaying your productivity. You are renewing your capacity. There is a well-known teaching that I will phrase in our own modern way. Pain is the first arrow. Our story about the pain is often the second arrow. The first arrow is the thing itself. The tight deadline, the cough that won't leave, the bill you didn't expect, the text that landed with a thud. The second arrow is everything the mind adds. This always happens. I can't handle this. It's my fault. I'm a failure. They never respect me. We rarely control the first arrow. We often have some influence over the second. Clear seeing is the hand that lowers the second arrow. It says, "This hurts, period." Then it asks, "Given that it hurts, what would help?" It's not about pretending. It's about precision. Try this now with a small ache in your life. Name the first arrow in a sentence with no adjectives. I have 3 deadlines this week. My back is sore. We argued about money. Then wait. Notice how quickly adjectives want to arrive. Impossible, terrible, always, never. Thank them for their enthusiasm and let them sit on the porch while you continue. Ask, what might help right now? 1 stretch, 1 honest email, 1 glass of water, 1 apology, 1 step toward rest. The second arrow loosens when you speak to yourself in small, doable moves. Because we are human, the 3 frictions, wanting, pushing away, and confusion, keep showing up. They are not enemies. They are weather. When wanting arrives, it says, "More. Then I'll feel okay." When pushing away arrives, it says, "Not this. Anything but this." When confusion arrives, it says, "I don't know what is happening or what to do." Let's meet them with their antidotes. Release, acceptance, and clear seeing. A simple practice. On an inhale, name what is happening. Wanting, resisting, not sure. On the exhale, whisper the counter move. Release, allow, see. You are not arguing with the weather. You are remembering your umbrella. An everyday story from the city. You are driving home and the line of brake lights stretches like a red river. Wanting says, "I should be home already." Pushing away says, "I hate this." Confusion says, "Why is everything like this?" Clear seeing practice. Feel your hands on the wheel, soften your gaze, and let the red lights become small lanterns. Exhale longer. If it's safe, massage the hinge of your jaw in small circles. Say, "Delayed, not ruined." Choose a song that makes you breathe differently, or leave the music off and listen to ordinary life carrying on despite your impatience. This is not spiritual decoration. This is how you reduce the needless suffering that adds nothing to your arrival time. An everyday story from home. You ask your child to put their shoes on and the shoes do not make it to the feet. Wanting says, "I want a smooth morning." Pushing away says, "Why is this so hard?" Confusion says, "What am I doing wrong?" Clear seeing says, "We are both human in a morning. We have a goal. We also have feelings. Kneel to their level, connect eye to eye for 1 breath, and offer 1 clear choice. We can put the right shoe first or the left shoe first. Which do you choose? It may still be bumpy, but you are acting from steadiness rather than from scramble, and children can feel the difference. A simple body practice we'll use often is the 4 corners. Place your attention in the bottoms of both feet and the palms of both hands, the 4 corners of your body's map. On the breath in, feel the hands. On the breath out, feel the feet. Takes less than 10 seconds and creates a wide sense of being held. Use it when the meeting starts, when the waiting room feels long, when a familiar trigger lights up. The four corners remind your nervous system that it has a place to land. One of the kindest forms of clear seeing is catching the moment your identity gets too tight. I'm the one who always fixes things. I'm the one who can't keep up. I'm the strong one. I'm the anxious one. These identities were built to help you navigate life. Some of them have served you well, but when they stick, they limit your choices. Try an experiment for the next day or two. Whenever you hear, "I am the kind of person who," arrive in your mind, gently add the word, "sometimes." I'm the kind of person who takes care of everyone, sometimes. I'm the kind of person who procrastinates, sometimes. The word, sometimes, introduces space. Space is where change walks in. Another gentle upgrade is in your self-talk around effort. Replace "try harder" with "try softer." Try softer does not mean quit. It means reduce unnecessary strain so you can use your energy well. In practice, this looks like relaxing your shoulders before you dial the number, breathing once before you speak, writing the first messy draft without judging the grammar, leaving guilt out of your rest. Try softer lets you be human while you work. We can also bring clear seeing into how we receive feedback or difficult words. Imagine you open a message that includes a complaint. The quick judger flares, "I'm under attack." The body gears up to defend. Before you type, try this 3-step pause. First, feel the four corners, hands and feet. Second, find one true thing in the message you can agree with, even if it's small. "You're right, the deadline changed," or "You're right, I didn't communicate clearly." Third, decide on one next step that moves the situation forward. A clarifying question, a specific repair, or a boundary. You are not swallowing your perspective. You are choosing a wise response over a fast reaction. Sometimes clear seeing asks us to rest, not as a reward after you have done everything, but as a direct response to what is true now. Fatigue is not a personal failing. It is information. When the body says enough, the skillful move is to listen. Rest might be a nap. It might be lying on the floor for 2 minutes and feeling gravity do the holding. It might be turning the face towards sunlight and letting warmth touch your eyelids. It might be stepping outside and feeling air move across your cheeks. Sleep is precious, yes, and so is micro-rest. Give yourself permission to practice micro-rest without earning it. We often think we need big solutions for big feelings. But big feelings sometimes shrink in the presence of a small, kind act. When anxiety blooms, drink a full glass of water. When sadness empties the chest, put both hands on your sternum and apply a gentle, steady pressure. When anger sparks, lengthen the exhale and relax the hands. When loneliness tightens the throat, name 5 objects in the room to remind yourself you are in a world. These are not cures. They are bridges back to yourself. Here is another small story, almost a whisper. A young student visited a quiet teacher with a mind like a crowded market. Words, opinions, worries stacked high. The teacher poured tea into the student's cup until it reached the brim and kept pouring. The tea spilled onto the table and then to the floor. The student said, "Stop, it's full." The teacher said, "Yes." They cleaned the tea together in silence. The next day they met again. This time, before the teacher reached for the pot, the student breathed out and emptied the cup. There was room for warmth. Whether this story ever happened is not the point. The point is that you can empty your cup with a single exhale, even in a busy hallway, so life has a place to pour. Let's practice a brief, guided moment of clear seeing together. Close or soften your eyes if that feels okay. Name one sensation, one feeling tone, and one thought. Sensation: warm hands, tight shoulders, steady breath. Feeling tone: pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, without explanation. Thought: whatever sentence is passing by in your mind. Now ask 3 gentle questions. Is this sensation safe to be with for 10 seconds? If yes, stay. If no, shift your position kindly. Does this feeling need anything from me right now? Perhaps a breath, a note for later, or simply being allowed. Is this thought true and helpful? If true and helpful, keep it. If neither, let it float by like a cloud without fighting it. This whole practice can take less than a minute and can be repeated many times a day. Bring this into an ordinary ritual, washing your face at night. Let your hands meet the water, name the temperature, and feel your skin under your touch as if you are tending to someone you love, because you are. As you dry your face, whisper, "I can meet what's here." You are not promising cheerfulness. You are promising presence. Presence is what heals reactivity. Presence is what lets love stay when things get complicated. As we close this part, I want to hold your day in kindness. The moments you answered texts while stirring a pot. The email you wrote twice because you wanted to be clear. The small argument that left a bruise. The quiet smile someone offered you at a crosswalk. The way you showed up even when you felt like hiding. Everyday peace is not the absence of effort. It is effort guided by tenderness. You are allowed to be tender with yourself even as you do what needs doing. Rest your hands now wherever they are, and let your breath be just a shade longer on the way out. If your mind brings up tomorrow, nod to it and say, "Tomorrow, not yet." If your heart brings up someone you love, send them a simple blessing. May you find ease. Send the same blessing to yourself without conditions. May I find ease. Not because you have earned it, but because ease helps you be the kind of person you already want to be. Let the room be just a room. Let the night be just a night. Let the earth hold you as it always has. Clear seeing is not an achievement. It is a way of looking that remembers your wholeness. We will keep practicing together, step by step, learning to trust the ordinary again. For now, let your jaw loosen, your belly soften, your breath move on its own. You belong here. You are already enough for this moment. Welcome back, dear friend. Wherever you are, let the body settle into place as if it's been gently invited, not dragged. Notice one small kindness in your environment. The way the pillow meets your temple, the coolness of the air where it touches the tips of your ears, the soft texture of a sleeve under your fingertips. Take a breath that asks nothing of you, then another, then one more. We keep arriving because arriving is the only way peace can find us. Tonight we will lean into the second inner power, letting go, and we'll pair it with its close companion, acceptance. Letting go is often misunderstood. It isn't rolling over or refusing to care. It's loosening the grip on how this moment must be before you will allow yourself to be okay. Acceptance is not endorsement. It's contact with what is actually happening, so your action can be honest and wise. When you stop wrestling the river, you free your hands to steer the boat. First, feel what resistance does in the body. Bring to mind a small frustration from today. The app that froze, the child who wouldn't hurry, the colleague who replied with a single, unhelpful line. Sense where resistance sits. Is it a fist in the belly, a tightening band around the chest, heat in the forehead? Without fixing it, bring your attention to that spot and offer a 3-breath practice we will use again and again. Breath 1. Notice and name. Tight, hot, clench. Breath 2. Allow, whisper inwardly. Let this be here for now. Breath 3. Soften. See if anything can release by one small degree, like loosening a jar lid just enough to let air in. If nothing shifts, that's okay. The willingness is the shift. To taste this in real life, imagine you're 5 minutes from an online meeting that matters to you and your internet falters. The spinning wheel appears like a small storm cloud. Resistance arrives fast. Not this, not now. The heart races. The mind runs ahead to ruined outcomes. Acceptance practice is not a spell to fix Wi-Fi. It is a way to stop adding suffering to the problem. Place a palm gently on the desk. Feel its steadiness. 3 breaths as above. Then ask, given that this is happening, what helps? Maybe the hotspot. Maybe a phone call to say you'll be 2 minutes late. Maybe restarting the router. You are doing the same actions you would have done, but now your nervous system is an ally rather than an adversary. That difference ripples forward. Tone of voice, clarity, the speed at which your hands actually move. Letting go of the demand that the internet be strong right now gives you back the power to help it be strong soon. There's an old tale I'll retell in our own words because it carries a truth about resistance and seeing. A person walks a dim path at dusk and freezes at the sight of a snake coiled across the way. The body floods with adrenaline, plans to run or fight. They stand there suffering, heart pounding, breaths sharp, until a cloud slides and the moonlight clarifies the scene. It isn't a snake, it's a rope. The body didn't lie. It responded to the picture the mind believed. The moment the picture changes, the body changes too. We spend so much of our lives bracing against snakes that are ropes. Stories about what someone meant, predictions about how things will go, tight identities about who we must be. Letting go begins with the soft courage to ask, am I sure? Clear seeing often answers, not entirely. In that gap, something releases. I'd like to offer a simple frame for meeting moments that press on you. You can remember it as 4 quiet moves. Recognize, allow, be kind, and take one next step. Recognize means naming what's here without adjectives. Allow means letting it exist for a breath or two without arguing. Be kind means adding one gesture of care. A hand on the chest, a gentler voice, a sip of water. One next step means doing the smallest helpful thing. This takes less than a minute. Use it when your child cries in the car, when a meeting turns, when you wake at 3 a.m. with the day shouting at you. The mind wants a master plan. The nervous system wants honesty and a small door. Letting go is physical. Try a 20-second practice called uncurl. On an exhale, let your hands spread open, fingers long, palms ungripping the air. Let your shoulders sink 1 bead down the string of your spine. Soften the back of the tongue. Feel the belly move toward ease. If you're lying down, let your teeth untouch. If you're sitting, let the belly imagine it can soften toward the thighs. This is not a performance. It's a series of tiny permissions. Often the mind follows the body's lead. When the body uncurls, the mind stops fighting quite so hard. There is a quiet phrase that helps the heart release its insistence. It is simply, of course. Of course I'm tense. That email mattered to me. Of course I'm sad. This thing mattered and it changed. Of course I want relief. I've carried a lot today. Of course is not indulgence. It is context. With context, the pressure to be okay eases, and you become more okay. Try this now with whatever feeling is present. Whisper an honest of course, and see what softens. In the jungle of a busy day, wanting and pushing away are like 2 vines that try to wrap around every moment. Wanting promises relief just 1 step away. 1 more check, 1 more treat, 1 more swipe. Pushing away tries to shove discomfort from the room. Delay the conversation, delay the bill, delay the stretch your back needs. Both are understandable, but when they rule, your day fills with micro-fights and micro-chases. Letting go untangles the vines long enough to breathe. A practice. Name the impulse when it appears. Chasing, avoiding, then, without shaming yourself, do one small move that balances it. If you're chasing, pause 10 seconds before the next click and breathe. If you're avoiding, do a single minute toward the thing. Small, doable, kind. The habit of release grows from many tiny cuts of the same rope. Another everyday scene. You're packing lunches while answering a text, while a pot simmers, while someone asks, "Where are my keys?" While a part of you tries to remember if you changed the laundry, the pressure in your chest rises. Letting go here might sound like, one thing at a time is still allowed. You set the phone down for 60 seconds. Stir the pot lid on off the heat. Look into the eyes of the person asking about keys and say, "Check the kitchen counter and your jacket pockets. If not there, I'll help in 2 minutes." Then you make the sandwich with both hands. You are not less productive. You are less divided. We can practice acceptance with the weather of the mind the same way we accept the weather of the sky. Minds are stormy sometimes. Minds clear, then cloud again. We make it worse when we take the forecast personally. Why am I still like this? Try answering your own weather with statements that don't escalate. Cloudy this morning. Carrying on. Breezy thoughts. Extra gentleness. Low pressure system. Warm socks. This sounds playful because it is, and play is a form of letting go. It releases the belief that you must be grim to be serious about your life. There's another story I love because it shows how long resistance can linger. 2 travelers came to a muddy path where a stranger stood unable to cross without soaking her dress. One traveler lifted her and carried her through the mud, then set her down gently. Hours later, the second traveler said, "I can't believe you touched that stranger." The first answered, "I set her down at the edge of the road. Why are you still carrying her?" We do this with grudges, yes, but also with self-judgments and old scenes. We keep carrying what could have been set down. Letting go is practical. It asks, is this heavy thought helping me walk? If not, you can set it down and pick up something lighter. The very next step in front of you, the sound of a kettle, the feel of the steering wheel warm from the sun. For the moments when you can't set it down, when a grief or a worry is honest and won't be rushed, practice carrying well. Put the feeling in a real place like your chest or your hands. Feel its weight and shape. Say, "You can ride with me for now." Then choose a pace that suits carrying. Perhaps you move more slowly. Perhaps you ask for help sooner. Acceptance here looks like proper footwear on a long trail. You're still walking. You're just respecting the terrain. I want to give you a home ritual for evenings. A small integration that signals to your whole system. The day is finished, imperfect, and complete. Fill a basin or a sink with warm water. Float your hands in it for a minute. If water isn't available, rub a drop of lotion between your palms. As you do, name 3 things you're setting on the night shelf. Unfinished tasks, a conversation to continue tomorrow, a worry that's not solvable at 11 p.m. Imagine placing each one gently on a simple shelf by the bed. You're not throwing them away. You're acknowledging that night has its own intelligence, and some things ripen better in the dark. Then name 3 small gratitudes from the day, not because the day was flawless, but because gratitude warms the muscles that hold your life. The way someone held a door, the shape of a cloud, a laugh that surprised you. Dry your hands. Let the shelf keep your bundles. Sleep belongs to you too. In social spaces, scrolling or chatting or group threads, letting go can be the difference between a 10-minute check-in and a 2-hour spiral. Before you open the app, touch the phone with both hands and ask, "Why am I going in?" If the answer is connection or news or a break, set a friendly container, 2 songs worth, or till the tea cools, or 15 posts then I pause. While you're in, notice when your breath changes or your shoulders lift. That's the sign you've picked up something heavy. You can gently set the app down and set your attention on something you can touch. A mug, a sleeve, a doorknob. Letting go, in this case, is a return to the weight of the real world. Identity can be a subtle form of clinging. I am the dependable one. I am the funny one. I am the achiever. I am the mess. These labels help us navigate, but they can shrink us too. Try a soft experiment. Pick one identity that feels tight and sit with it for a minute. Feel where it lives in the body. Is it armor across the chest, a helmet on the head, a belt cinching the waist? Then imagine a tiny seam opening in that garment. Air comes in. You can still be dependable or funny or accomplished, but you might be other things too. Tender, uncertain, learning. Whisper, I am more than one thing. Let the seam widen until the garment is something you can wear looser, or sling over a chair, or fold and put away when you don't need it. That is letting go at the level of identity, never a betrayal, only a return to range. For an in-the-moment reset, try the 1 square foot of okayness practice. Wherever you are, choose a small patch of reality that's unequivocally okay. The cool corner of the pillow, a patch of wall paint, the steady weight of your heel on the floor. Rest your attention there for 3 breaths. This is okay. Then widen to include yourself in the okayness. Not everything about your story, just the fact that you are breathing and supported. I am okay enough for now. From that square foot, choose your next move. When life feels too big, shrink the frame until you find a place to stand. Letting go often means ending the argument with time. Notice how often the mind says, too late, too soon, not enough, already behind, if only earlier, I wish it were over. These sentences add heat without adding help. A gentle counterphrase is just this timing. You can say it while heating leftovers or joining a meeting that started 2 minutes ago or holding a sleeping child longer than you planned. Just this timing invites you back into the only time that ever lets you act. Now, it doesn't erase consequences or responsibilities. It moves you closer to them with less fight. We can also practice letting go with sound. If you're awake in the night, the house makes noises it didn't at noon. Instead of guarding against each creak, let the sounds be part of a lullaby you don't have to understand. This hums here, this clicks there. A distant car writes a silver line across the dark. Even your breath makes a tide. The nervous system softens when sound is allowed rather than policed. If a sound truly needs attention, you'll know. Acceptance doesn't make you careless. It makes you less exhausted. For relationships, letting go can be as specific as retiring a script you've been reciting. The next time a familiar conflict begins, see if you can pause 1 sentence earlier than usual. Take the doorway pause if there's a doorway. If not, make a doorway by touching the back of a chair, a countertop, your own forearm. Notice the impulse to deliver the same line. Then, just once, say something truer and smaller. I'm tense and I care. I want to understand. Can we slow down? You might also choose to say less and to listen more, which is another form of letting go, releasing the pressure to win the moment. Winning is expensive. Understanding gives you back your evening. Another gentle practice is the calendar kindness. Once a day, look at your to-do list and remove 1 item on purpose. Not because you failed, but because you're designing a humane day. Write, kind deletion, if it pleases you. This is how you plant the flag for a life where you are not only productive but also well. Many of us inherited calendars from people who didn't know how to rest. We can end that lineage. When shame appears, it will because it knows all your doors. Let acceptance meet it at the threshold. Shame says, you are the only one like this. Answer, I am a human like other humans. Shame says, hide. Answer, I will breathe first. Shame says, fix yourself before you speak. Answer: I can be honest while I'm in progress. Letting go of shame's urgency does not mean ignoring repair. It means you repair from dignity rather than desperation. If you're drifting towards sleep as you listen, let the words blur and become a texture. Like rain on a roof you don't have to fix. If you're awake, we can do a slow body prayer, not religious, simply a way of acknowledging the work each part of you has done today. Forehead: thank you for frowning and thinking and reading and softening now. I thank you for the light you took in. Jaw: thank you for speaking and chewing and holding back words that would have hurt. Shoulders: thank you for carrying invisible loads. Heart: thank you for beating through every mood. Belly: thank you for digesting not just food but moments. Hands: thank you for everything you touched and made. Feet: thank you for every place you took me, even when I didn't want to go. As you thank each part, feel if it wants to release its shift to clock out. You can sign its timesheet with an exhale. For those who like a touchstone to carry, choose a phrase for the week that helps you loosen. Something like, begin soft, or release the extra, or only the next step. Write it on a small paper and keep it where your hand finds it. When your day tightens, let the phrase be a hand on your shoulder. Say it once out loud if you can. The body hears your voice differently than it hears thoughts. Use the phrase not as a command but as a reminder of a choice you have in any moment, to unargue with reality, to move with it rather than against it. There is a tenderness in releasing even beautiful things, the plan you were attached to, the version of yourself that fit a past season, the project that won't be what you pictured. If tears come when you acknowledge this, let them be part of the washing. Tears are not evidence that you failed at acceptance. They are evidence that you are alive and you love. After, drink water, eat something warm, touch a doorknob and feel the cool metal. Come back to the animal facts, breath, support, weight, and let that be enough for now. As we close this part, imagine a garden gate. On one side is the day you lived. On the other is the night that is waiting. Put a hand on the latch. Before you pass through, name one thing you are not carrying over the threshold. The replay of a conversation, the measure of your productivity, the list of what-ifs. Leave it by the gate. If you need it tomorrow, it will be there. Step through with lighter hands. Acceptance will meet you in the dark and walk with you to sleep. Letting go will travel with you into morning, ready to be practiced where it matters. In the kitchen light, in the traffic, in the arms that hold you and the arms you hold. You do not have to get this perfect. You only have to remember that peace grows where resistance softens. Tonight, soften. Let the breath be enough. Let the body settle. Let the mind be a sky that allows passing weather. Let the world go on without you for a while. It knows how. The ground underneath you has been holding you for years. Feel it now. You belong. You are carried. It's okay to rest. Welcome back, dear friend. Let's arrive together again. Feel the way the surface under you agrees to hold your weight. Let the shoulders settle as if a gentle rain were coaxing them down. Notice a single sound in your space, then another, then the quiet between them. Breathe in through the nose like you're smelling something warm and good. Breathe out through the mouth like you're misting a mirror. Nothing to earn, nothing to prove. Just this human life here and now aloud. Tonight we lean into a power that looks soft but moves mountains. Compassion. Not pity, not performance. Compassion is your willingness to meet suffering, your own and others, with warmth and courage at the same time. Warmth without courage can become rescuing that exhausts you. Courage without warmth can become fixing that leaves hearts untouched. Together, warmth and courage form a steady flame that lights the path without scorching it. Start by noticing how you speak to yourself when things go sideways. Think of a recent stumble, a snappy reply you wish you could call back, an oversight that cost time, a plan that sagged under its own weight. What voice met you afterward? Many of us inherited a voice that believes harshness is how improvement happens. Tries to shame you forward. But shame only freezes the body and narrows the mind. Compassion steadies the body and widens the mind. Try this now. Place one hand on your chest and one on your belly. In your own tone, the one you use with a dear friend, say, "That was hard." Then, "I want to learn from this." Then, "I can be kind and still make changes." Feel the warmth of your hand. Warmth is information the nervous system trusts. Compassion is also a way of seeing. When someone else acts poorly, the judging mind writes a quick story. Careless, rude, selfish. Compassion doesn't excuse harm. It asks for context so your response can be wise. Maybe their morning began with a sick child. Maybe their capacity is lower than you can see. Maybe they are living through a season you don't know about. Maybe they are simply human and tired. None of this prevents a boundary. It prevents the unnecessary cruelty that would cost you too. A gentle sentence to carry into tricky moments. This is a human, like me, meeting a moment. You can add, what is mine to do that reduces harm? Sometimes it's clarity. Sometimes it's silence. Sometimes it's a firm no said like a soft stone, steady and kind. Let's ground this with an everyday scene. You open a short message from a coworker. Need this now. No greeting, no context, and it lands like a slap. Before you reply, feel your feet. Feel the four corners, both hands, both feet, and lengthen your exhale. Ask two questions. What feeling is here in me? What might be happening in them? In you, maybe it's irritation, a little heat in the cheeks. In them, maybe pressure from above, a deadline, a habit of bluntness. Compassionate action might look like, I'm on another task for the next 30 minutes. I can send you a draft at past. If that doesn't work, let's quickly align on priorities. You didn't swallow your needs. You didn't escalate. You answered from steadiness. This saves hours of cleanup later. A second everyday scene. A child melts down in the late afternoon when the world always feels a bit frayed. Your mind says, not again. Compassion pauses you at the doorway. One breath. Kneel to their height so your eyes can meet. Name what you see without accusation. Big feelings. Tired time of day. Offer your presence before your plan. I'm here with you. Then offer a small choice. Do we want to sit under the table or on the rug while the loud feelings move? The feelings may still spill, but the child learns a template. We don't have to be good to be loved. We can be held and guided while we're messy. The same template heals you when your own adult feelings arrive big and late. Here is a brief story from the Buddha's life that many have told because it carries a simple medicine. A young mother named Kisa lost her child and brought the body to the Buddha, begging for a cure. He told her to bring mustard seeds from a house that had never known death. She went door to door, and every house had a story. A father, a sister, a friend. She returned with empty hands but a heart filled with the knowledge that grief is universal. Nothing fixed her loss. The compassion she encountered rejoined her to the human family. From that belonging, healing could move at its own honest pace. In our modern language, when you remember that your pain lives in a world where others have also known pain, isolation loosens. You are not a defect. You are a participant. Let's translate that story into a micro-practice for nights when sorrow swells. You place a hand on the part of your body that feels it most. Throat, chest, belly. You say, pain is here. Then, others feel this too right now somewhere. Then, may we all be held. You include yourself in we. If tears come, they are welcome. They water the soil of the heart. If they don't, that is welcome too. Compassion has a cousin called goodwill. the wish for beings to be well. You can practice it in 10 seconds, quietly, in line at the grocery store or while waiting in traffic. Look at a person and think, without forcing feeling, just like me, this person wants to be happy. Just like me, this person has worries. That's it. No performance. These phrases loosen the grip of othering. Over time, your nervous system learns that strangers are not threats by default. They are neighbors in our shared weather. What about compassion for the parts of you that act out? The part that procrastinates, the part that snaps, the part that reaches for another scroll or another bite because the moment feels raw. Many of us try to motivate these parts with disgust. It rarely works for long. Compassion is firm and friendly. It asks what these parts are trying to protect. The procrastinator might be guarding you from the sting of criticism. The snappy one might be trying to get you space, clumsily. The reacher might be offering quick comfort. You can thank them for their efforts and give them better jobs. Procrastinator, can you help me break this into one small start? Protector, can you help me say, I need 5 minutes instead of flaring? Comfort seeker, can we drink water and text a friend? This conversation takes practice. Start small and smile at the awkwardness. Awkward is proof you're leaving old scripts. Let compassion guide your boundaries. Without compassion, boundaries can sound like walls. With compassion, they sound like clarity with care. I'd like to keep talking, and I need to pause for 10 minutes to settle. I care about this project, and I can't take on extra tasks this week. I love you, and I won't stay in the room for shouting. These are not punishments. They are directions toward a safer shared space. If someone refuses your boundary, compassion for yourself includes consequences that protect your energy. You are not unkind for walking away from harm. You are wise. We can practice compassion with time, too. Notice how often you scold yourself for not being at a different point by now. I should have learned this already. I should be over it. Compassion reframes the sentence. Given everything that has happened and everything I'm carrying, of course it's taking time. Then it asks, what is one small thing I can do today that my future self will thank me for? One email, one stretch, one olive branch, one apology, one glass of water before more coffee. Compassion doesn't demand a leap, it offers a step. Here is a tiny ritual for mornings that feel heavy. Sit at the edge of the bed and let your feet touch the floor. Place one hand on the bed behind you for support and one hand on your heart. Say, I'm here. Then I will try softer. Then only the next step. Stand when you're ready. Move toward the sink, the kettle, the first small thing. You are not failing at mornings if you need this. You are meeting your physiology with friendship. Sometimes compassion means turning towards someone else's pain even when you can't fix it. A friend sends a frantic message. Your old habit might be to hunt for solutions. Try this first. I'm here. That sounds really hard. Do you want comfort or brainstorming? Let them tell you. If they want comfort, offer presence and warmth. If they want ideas, offer one or two, then pause. You are not a repair shop. You are a companion. Companionship changes the shape of pain. Compassion can be practiced through objects, because touch is a language older than words. Choose a small stone, a piece of fabric, a simple bracelet. When the day tightens, hold the object for 3 breaths and imagine it absorbing some of the heat. Let it become a reminder that your worth doesn't rise and fall with your performance. When you set it down, imagine it keeps a little of your worry safe on a shelf while you go do one helpful thing. Symbolic? Yes. And symbols are how minds remember truths when they're busy. A quick word about the 3 frictions: wanting, pushing away, confusion, and how compassion meets them. Wanting says, I'll be okay when. Compassion says, May I be kind to myself now and later. Pushing away says, not this. Compassion says, if this is here, may I hold myself gently while I meet it. Confusion says, I don't know. Compassion says, not knowing is allowed. May I find a wise next step. These phrases aren't magic. They are steadying ropes. When you're on the cliff edge of reactivity, you don't need a helicopter. You need something to hold while you turn and climb. Let's soften a common trap. The belief that self-compassion will make you lazy. People say, if I go easy on myself, I'll never get anything done. Look at your own life. Did harshness make you consistently brilliant, or did it make you brittle? Did kindness on your best days reduce your care, or did it help you show up with more creativity and steadiness? Compassion conserves energy that shame burns. You move farther on a full tank. Another trap. Believing compassion means never getting angry. Compassion doesn't erase anger. It guides it. Anger is a message. Something you value is being crossed. Compassion helps the message reach your mouth without setting the house on fire. I felt dismissed in that meeting. I want to be heard. That joke hurt me. I need respect. Anger without compassion becomes cruelty. Compassion without anger becomes silence. Together, they become honest boundaries spoken in a voice you can live with. Try a 1-minute compassion letter to yourself. It doesn't need to be poetic. Dear me, today was heavier than I admitted. Carried a lot and I dropped a thing. I'm learning. I'm allowed to rest. In the morning, I'll do one small repair. With warmth, me. Place the note in a drawer or in your phone. When your future self finds it, they will feel accompanied by someone trustworthy. You. Let's breathe together with simple phrases people have passed hand to hand for generations. Translated into plain speech. Breathe in, may I be safe. Breathe out, may I be at ease. Breathe in, may I be healthy enough for today. Breathe out, may I live with kindness. If it feels right, widen the circle. Picture someone you care about. Same phrases for them. Then, if it feels safe, picture someone neutral, the barista, the mail carrier, and offer the phrases. Finally, if it's within your capacity, picture someone you're struggling with lately. You don't have to force sweetness. Just offer the wish, even if you can only whisper it. Compassion grows by gentle repetitions, not by grand gestures. Consider a quiet evening ritual to close your day. The lantern walk. If you can, walk through your home or your room with the lights dim. As you pass familiar objects, the table, the shoes by the door, the sink, let each one remind you of hands and lives. This table holds our plates, our elbows, our laughter. These shoes carried someone through rain. This sink helped wash away a sticky mess. If you live alone, this practice is especially tender. You are still connected to a web of hands and objects and tasks that shape a life. Compassion turns housekeeping into caretaking of a world. For those nights when sleep hides, try the 2 wings posture in bed. Place one hand over the heart, warmth, and one hand on the belly, courage. Picture 2 wide wings settling around you. The left wing labeled kindness, the right wing protection. Say, I can rest inside both. If thoughts keep marching, count breaths backward from 10. If you lose the count, start again calmly. Starting again is not failure here. It is the practice. Before we close this part, let's repair something small. Think of a minor harm from today. An icy tone, a missed promise, an eye roll you wish you didn't give. Compassionate repair is simple and specific. I spoke sharply. I'm sorry. You matter more than my tone. Or I missed our call. I'm sorry. Can we try again tomorrow at noon? Or if the repair is to yourself, I skipped lunch and paid for it. I'll pack a snack tonight. Little repairs stitch the day closed so you don't bleed into the night. Rest your hands now. Feel the miracle of their quiet. Feel the bed or chair agree to hold what you cannot hold by will. Let the breath be ordinary. Ordinary breath is holy enough. If emotion rises as we slow down, let it rise and fall like a small tide. Nothing you feel disqualifies you from peace. Compassion is not something you earn after tidying your heart. It is the way you tidy gently while life goes on. We'll keep building this muscle together. Tomorrow you'll get chances to practice, some you ask for, many you don't. You will not do it perfectly. That is not the point. The point is remembering that being on your own side changes how you meet the world, and being on the world side changes how the world feels as it meets you. Compassion is not scarce. You don't have to hoard it or ration it. You can offer some now to yourself as you drift and still have more in the morning. That is the quiet abundance we are trusting. For now, close the evening with this small blessing, spoken inwardly to yourself and outwardly to anyone you love. May we all be safe. May we all be held. May we all find the next kind step. Let it echo once across the room, once across your chest. Let the night do its slow work. Your body knows the way to rest when it is given permission. Offer that permission again, even now. Rest is allowed. And settle. Welcome back, dear friend. Take a moment to arrive not just in your seat, but in your skin. Feel the particular weight of this minute resting across your shoulders like a shawl. Notice the air moving in the small cave behind your nose. Let the jaw unhook one notch. Listen for the most distant sound you can hear. Then listen for the closest one, perhaps the whisper of your own breath. Peace doesn't need grand entrances. It comes in through little doors. Tonight we'll befriend the 3 common frictions that make our days feel jagged. Wanting, pushing away, and confusion. You don't have to remember those words like vocabulary. You already know them in your bones. Wanting is the itch for more, the extra scroll, the extra purchase, the moment you think will fix the moment you're in. Pushing away is the flinch, the bracing against discomfort, the bolt from hard conversations, the urge to control what can't be controlled. Confusion is the fog, the spinning mind, the frozen body, the I don't even know where to start. These are not failures. They are weather systems that pass through every human life. Our work is not to banish them, but to meet them with their countermoves. Release, acceptance, and clear seeing. Again and again in small, doable ways. Let's start with wanting, because modern life markets it so well. Picture yourself reaching for your phone when you didn't mean to, just to take the edge off a moment. The hand moves almost before the thought arrives. Wanting whispers, just a hit of novelty and you'll feel better. Sometimes you do feel a quick lift, like a match flaring in a dark room. Then it goes out and your mind wants another match. Release does not scold you for liking light. It simply offers a steadier lamp. Try this practice called 3 breaths to rewire reach. When the urge rises, give yourself 3 quiet breaths before you act. Breath 1 names the truth, wanting. Breath 2 softens the body. Shoulders down, jaw loose. Breath 3 asks a kind question. Is there a better comfort? Maybe it's water. Maybe it's a stretch. Maybe it's stepping to the window to look at the sky for 10 seconds. If you still want the phone after 3 breaths, pick it up without guilt, only with awareness. You have already changed the habit by adding a moment of choice. Another scene. Late afternoon hunger meets a long meeting and a bowl of something sweet within reach. Wanting says, "This is the door to relief." Sometimes the sweet is exactly right. Sometimes it is a doorway that leads to 2 more doors and a foggier head. Release here looks like urge surfing, a phrase I'll translate into plain practice. Feel the wanting in your body as a wave, heat in the cheeks, a buzz in the fingers, a tug in the belly. Ride that wave for 90 seconds without doing anything about it. Most waves crest and collapse in that time. If the wave stays, offer a small nourishment first. Drink water, eat a handful of something with protein, exhale longer than your inhale. Then, if you choose the sweet, eat it slowly like it is allowed. Permission often turns compulsion into simple enjoyment. Pushing away wears many costumes. It can look like anger at small inconveniences or a sudden need to reorganize a drawer when a big emotion shows up. It can look like staying very busy so you don't have to feel, or checking out so completely that you miss moments you would have liked to keep. Acceptance is not passive in the face of harm. It is contact with the reality of now. Try a practice I call make room by a hair. When something unpleasant appears, an ache in the back, a critical thought from a coworker, a child's wail, see if you can make just one hair's breadth more room for it than you want to. Say inwardly, "This is here." Let one breath be shaped around the truth of it. That hair's breadth of room can be enough to stop the chain reaction. The second arrow of self-attack, the escalation, the slam door. With room, you can choose. Stretch the back, ask for clarity, scoop the child and sit on the floor, or walk outside for 2 minutes. Acceptance gives you your hands back. Confusion comes when the worlds of wanting and pushing away collide, when you want 10 things and reject 5 realities at once. The fog can feel humiliating. Why can't I just decide? Clear seeing has no interest in humiliating you. It's practical. It reduces the size of the moment until you can see again. Use what I call window, mirror, door. First, window. Look out and describe the visible facts like a weather reporter. It's 8 p.m. The report is due tomorrow. I have energy for about 40 minutes. The kitchen is messy. My heart is jumpy. No judgments, just the scene. Second, mirror. Briefly look inward. My body feels tight. I'm worried about how this will be received. I also want to be done. Third, door. Ask, given this, what is the next right small step? Not 5 steps. 1. Set a timer for 8 minutes and write a rough outline. Put dishes into a sink of soapy water to soak and walk away. Text 1 sentence to align expectations. Window, mirror, door. Through. Repeat. Here's a tiny parable from a village that could be any town. A potter was known for bowls that felt good in the hands. People said she had a secret recipe for the clay. One day a student asked to learn. The potter handed her a lump and said, "Hold it too tightly and it cracks. Hold it too loosely and it collapses. Hold it like you're listening." The student tried, cracking and collapsing until her hands began to listen. She learned that the clay changed as the day changed, as the weather changed, as she changed. There was no secret recipe, only a secret relationship. Wanting, pushing away, and confusion kept showing up at her wheel. She kept returning to listening hands. Our lives are like that. No recipe that works forever, only a relationship with this moment. Let's bring the 3 countermoves into an ordinary evening at home. You've promised yourself an early bedtime. A message pings with tempting plans. The sink is full, and your mind says you should read just a few articles to feel caught up. Wanting arrives in 3 outfits at once. Release. You breathe 3 times and write a note that future you will read in the morning with gratitude. These plans are tempting. If I still want them at 10 a.m., I'll write back. Pushing away shows up as, not the dishes. Acceptance, you set a timer for 5 minutes, put on a song, and do what 5 minutes allows. Then you stop because 5 minutes was the agreement, not a trap. Confusion clutters your pillow. News or sleep. Clear seeing. Window. I'm tired. Mirror. A little anxious. Door. Phone face down. Lamp off. Count 10 breaths. This is how friction becomes less personal. It's just weather. You have umbrellas. For workdays, the frictions often sneak in at transitions. You finish a meeting and reach for email because the empty space feels itchy, wanting. You see a complex task and decide to do none of it while convincing yourself you're researching, pushing away sprinkled with confusion. Try a 10-second reset I call stack, don't swirl. When you complete something, stack one clear action on top. Stand up and drink water. Write a single-sentence summary of what you decided, or schedule the next touch point. Then pause for one long exhale before you touch anything else. The pause prevents the swirl of reflex. It's the difference between stacking bricks into a wall and letting them roll around your feet. Sometimes wanting isn't about things or screens. It's about approval. The mind hunts for likes, praise, and being seen. There's nothing wrong with liking to be liked. The suffering grows when your sense of okayness rides only on other people's weather. A small practice for approval cravings. Pre-approve one thing a day. Before you send the draft, say, "It is enough to send." Before you serve the meal, say, "This is care, not a performance." Before you ask a hard question, say, "My voice belongs here." Pre-approval doesn't seal you off from feedback. It gives you a floor to stand on while feedback comes and goes. Pushing away shows up strongly around pain, physical, emotional, relational. If it feels safe, try a 1-minute practice of turning toward a small pain. Choose something mild, a tight muscle or a tiny hurt feeling. Place your attention directly on the sensation without story. Imagine your breath traveling to that spot on the inhale, softening around it on the exhale. If you can't stay with it, back off 1 inch and place your attention on a safe anchor like your hands. This is not exposure therapy. It's friendship training. You're teaching your system that feelings can be felt and still you remain. Confusion loves an overstuffed to-do list because it gives the mind a place to spin. Try the rule of 3 and 1. Choose 3 must-do items for the day and 1 kindness for your future self. The kindness might be prep tomorrow's breakfast, lay out clothes, or send gratitude to someone. If you do the 3 and the 1, the day is complete even if other boxes remain empty. This is not lowering standards. It's focusing heat where water will actually boil. An old story whispers about a monk who swept the same courtyard every morning. A visitor asked, "Why sweep? The wind will scatter leaves again." The monk answered by sweeping another stroke. The visitor asked again. The monk looked up, smiled, and said, "Yes, the leaves keep falling. The inbox refills. The dishes return." Wanting says, "I'll be okay when the leaves stop." Pushing away says, "I refuse to sweep." Confusion wonders, what does sweeping even mean? Release, acceptance, and clear seeing allow you to pick up the broom that is yours, today, for a while, with a steady pace you can live with. For relationships, the 3 frictions often dance together. You want closeness and also push away vulnerable conversations. You feel confused about how to start. Try the 1 true sentence practice. When tension hangs in the air, pause, soften your shoulders, and say the truest, smallest sentence you can. "I'm scared I hurt you. I want to understand. I'm feeling defensive. I love you and I'm clumsy right now." It doesn't solve everything. It opens a door. On the other side of that door, more sentences can be built, but the first one breaks the spell of silence or attack. Your body can help you navigate these frictions. Practice the compass of 4 points. Point 1, jaw soft. Point 2, shoulders down. Point 3, belly loose enough to move with breath. Point 4, feet steady on the ground. When all 4 points have even a little ease, your decisions change. Urges become more readable. You can try this compass before you hit send, before you say yes, before you buy, before you exit the conversation. The compass is not rigid. It's a quick agreement with your own physiology. Identity attaches to wanting and pushing away too. I am the one who needs to please. I am the one who never needs help. I am the decisive one. I am the chaotic one. Keep using the word we practiced. Sometimes I please. Sometimes I need no help. Sometimes I am decisive. Sometimes I am messy. The moment sometimes enters, the grip loosens. In that loosened space, you can choose differently without betraying yourself. Here is a gentle check for nights when sleep hides behind restless wanting. The 3 doors of enough. Lie back and, on 3 consecutive exhales, whisper, enough done, enough said, enough thought. If your mind argues, let it. You're not in a courtroom. You're in a bedroom. The phrase is not a verdict. It's a lullaby. After the 3rd exhale, let your mouth rest slightly open so the jaw knows it is no longer needed to speak. If your day tomorrow is already picking up speed in your mind, do a 2-minute landing strip. Take a small paper. Write the top 2 things that matter. Then below them write the first tiny action for each. Close the page. Place it where morning you will find it. Then add 1 sentence of mercy to yourself. Begin soft. You do not have to wrestle the day into kindness. You can meet it with kindness and train it. Sometimes we'll fail at all of this. We'll chase the scroll, avoid the call, spin in confusion, snap, shut down, spend, stay up too late. When that happens, don't add a 3rd arrow. Return to the base practices that have been steady all along. Feel your feet. Find a sound. Place a hand on your chest. Breathe a longer exhale. Whisper, start again. The ability to start again is one of the greatest freedoms we have. It is also one of the most ordinary. You can start again at a red light, at the sink, in a hallway, in bed, in the middle of a sentence. You can start again right now. Let's close this part with a small guided weave of the countermoves. Bring to mind a mild wanting from today. Whisper, release, and unclench your hands. Bring to mind a small thing you kept pushing away. Whisper, allow, and soften the belly. Bring to mind a place where you feel confused. Whisper, see, and let your gaze grow kind. Now place 1 hand on your chest and 1 on your belly. Feel the warmth. Add 1 steady phrase. I can move gently and still move. Rest in that for a few breaths. May your night be a place where wanting learns to wait, where resistance finds a chair, where fog thins enough to show a path. May the small doors open, the door of breath, the door of touch, the door of sound, and may you walk through them with the ease that comes from not needing the moment to be other than it is before you soften into it. The world will keep swirling. You do not have to. You can stand still in the center and meet it as it comes. For now, let the shoulders sink, the jaw unhook again, the breath lengthen on its own. If sleep is close, let it take you. If you remain awake, let wakefulness be a quiet room you can sit in without scolding yourself. You are practicing not just for tonight, but for every ordinary hour that waits ahead. Full of bowls to hold, leaves to sweep, hands to touch, words to choose. You are becoming a friend to your own life. That is more than enough. Let the body lower itself onto the earth of this moment, chair, couch, mattress, whichever ground is ready to hold you. Feel the way your breath finds a path without being told where to go. Let your eyes soften. Let the muscles at your temples loosen as if someone unknotted a string there. Listen for one sound that doesn't need you. The fan, a distant car, the small click of your house adjusting to night. Peace likes to come in through these ordinary doors. Tonight we will open them wide. Our theme is simple and, I think, quietly revolutionary: ordinary life as practice. Not practice as a separate activity that you squeeze into the margins, but practice as the way you wash a bowl, the way you answer a message, the way you pause at a doorway, the way you hold the steering wheel. When ordinary life becomes practice, you stop waiting for special conditions. You stop arguing with the schedule. You stop postponing your peace until after the task, after the trip, after the kids are older, after the inbox empties, after the world finally calms down. Ordinary life is where the Dharma, these teachings of release, clear seeing, and compassion wants to live. Let's begin at the sink because many days begin and end there. Turn on the water in your imagination. Hear the rush, feel the temperature. Maybe a plate waits with a constellation of crumbs. Ordinary practice. Wash one thing as if it were the only thing. Your hand knows how to circle the sponge. Let your attention sit in the circle. Feel the slipperiness where soap meets ceramic. Feel how the water carries away what isn't needed. You are not trying to achieve enlightenment through a dish. You are letting the dish remind you that movement doesn't require strain and that completion can be small and real. When you put the plate in the rack, pause. Whisper, complete. The whisper is not for the world. It is for your nervous system, which loves clear signals. It unclenches more easily with simple punctuation. Move to the inbox, which is the sink of the digital life. Before you open it, attend to your body. Feet on floor, shoulders down, jaw unhooked. Then practice a ritual I call one breath, one verb. As you click into each message, take one soft breath and decide the single verb that applies. Reply, forward, schedule, archive, or flag. Do just that. Close the message. One breath, one verb, next. It is not flashy. It dissolves the swamp where confusion and perfectionism like to make a home. If you lose the thread, begin again. Beginning again is the spine of ordinary practice. Meetings are small weather systems. They blow through the day, sometimes hot, sometimes cool, sometimes a still sky that tempts sleep. Try a practice I call the air in the room. When a meeting begins, privately place your attention on your breath for 2 cycles, then widen it to include the whole room, even if your room is a screen of faces. Ask inwardly, what is the air in here? Is it tense, hurried, bored, eager? Let yourself feel it for a beat without judging. Then, choose one small contribution that would improve the air by 1 degree. Naming attention kindly, summarizing, asking a clarifying question, suggesting a pause, offering gratitude for something specific. Your role is not to control the weather. You are opening a window. Commuting is practice disguised as motion. If you're walking, bring back the heel ball toes rhythm from earlier and let each footstep say, here. If you're driving, use red lights as bells. When the brake engages, exhale longer and look at the sky, even if it is just a pale stripe between buildings. Let the red lights be lanterns, not enemies. If you're on a train or bus, let your gaze soften and rest on one point without drilling into it. An advertisement, the edge of a seat, and soften the muscles between your eyebrows. Each of these tiny moves returns you to membership in the body you're riding in, which is the vehicle for every wise thing you do. There is a story from the early days of practice that I carry like a smooth stone. A young monk named Sona practiced so hard he bled through his sandals. He believed effort meant tightening every string of the mind until something snapped into enlightenment. He grew exhausted and despairing. When he met the Buddha, the question that came was gentle and exact. Sona, when the strings of a lute are too tight, how is the music? It breaks or sounds harsh, Sona said. And when the strings are too loose, it flutters with no song. So too with your mind. Tune it to a middle string. Whether the conversation happened exactly this way is less important than the intimacy of its wisdom. In ordinary life, the middle string is the tone that lets you keep washing bowls, writing emails, steadying a child's breath, taking a walk, making the call not as punishment and not as escape, but as a rhythm you can sustain. Try a tuning practice across your day. Pick one ordinary action you do many times. Reaching for your phone, touching a handle, turning on a lamp. Let it be a tuning peg. Every time you touch it, ask, too tight, too loose, or middle? Tight might feel like holding your breath, jaw clenched, shoulders up. Loose might feel spacey, fogged, disassociated. Middle feels like you can feel your feet and your face at the same time. If you're tight, lengthen your exhale and soften your hands. If you're loose, broaden your gaze and sit a little taller. If you're in the middle, smile to yourself. Strings tuned, continue. Parenting, partnering, and caring are advanced ordinary practice. When a child refuses, when a partner misses, when an elder repeats the same story, wanting and resistance can rise like twin waves. Bring back the doorway pause and add one small sentence that protects everyone's dignity. I'm here. I need 10 seconds. Turn your body half away, feel the four corners, hands and feet, and take 10 seconds. Then kneel or sit to their level and name what's true in one simple line. It's a hard morning. We missed each other. This story matters to you. Doing this does not make you a saint. It makes you a mammal leading with signals that calm other mammals. From there, you can choose a boundary, a hug, a redirect, a glass of water, a walk. Ordinary practice is mammal-wise. Kitchen practice is one of my favorites because it delivers sensory rewards. As you cook or make tea, see if you can leave the phone in another room. Let chopping be chopping, stirring be stirring, smells be a private stream of gratitude. If you are heating water, listen for the moment when the kettle shifts from silence to tiny, faraway thunder. That is the bell. When you hear it, take a breath and whisper to the kettle, "Thank you." Yes, it's whimsical. Whimsy is a kindness the day rarely offers on its own. When you plate the food, even if the food is toast, lay it down like a gift to someone you love. Sometimes that someone will be you. Laundry is a practice in impermanence and return. When you fold a shirt, fold with your full hand, palm, fingertips, the little slope of your thumb, so your nervous system can register texture and temperature and weight. You are training sensitivity that transfers to conversations and decisions. When you match socks, think of the small companions that meet and separate in your day. Eye contact in a store, a text thread that warms you, a neighbor's dog that leans into your shin. Let socks remind you that connection is made of tiny repeats and that losing one is not a failure. It's part of the story. I want to name another ordinary field where practice matters. Money. Money is a container for wanting, fear, identity, and hope. Bring clear seeing and compassion to it. Once a week, sit with your numbers like you sit with a friend.
No scolding.
No magical thinking. Window, what's here? Mirror, how do I feel? Door, one small, kind move. The move might be setting a reminder, canceling a subscription, sending a note about a payment, putting 5 coins in a jar labeled Future Brightness. The jar can be a literal jar or a note in your phone. The kindness is the point. It reduces the shame that makes you look away. Looking away is expensive. Cleaning your digital spaces is ordinary practice too. Once a day, delete 5 photos you don't need, unsubscribe from one mailing that no longer nourishes, move one file to where it should go. As you do, let your breath stay soft and even. Whisper, less noise, more room. Your devices become environments. Make them ones you can live in without feeling hunted. When you pick a wallpaper, pick something that makes your exhale lengthen. Clouds, leaves, a blank color. Trivial? Not at all. Your nervous system negotiates the day by reading signals. Be an ally in what you place around it. Another humble practice is thank the door. Every door you pass through, Bedroom to hallway, hallway to kitchen, building to street. Place one fingertip on the frame and say, "Thanks for holding a boundary." Then step through. It is a way of making movement conscious and reminding yourself that boundaries are not always walls to push against. Often, they are structures that let you rest and be warmed. If you live with others, this practice also slows you just enough to be less likely to startle a person as you enter, which is kindness in action. We haven't talked much about the body's quiet requests during work. Set a soft timer, every 50 minutes or at the end of a playlist, and do a 60-second animal check. Animals yawn, stretch, shake out, drink water, blink long. Do any two. Roll your shoulders like you're rinsing sand out from under the blades. Sigh with sound. Open your jaw wide and let it close slowly. Look at something far away to relax your eyes. This is not indulgence. It is maintenance. Machines that never cool down burn out. Bodies that never get signals of completion lose track of cycles. We are returning you to cycles. A parable for ordinary practice. Two apprentices asked their teacher how to enter stillness. The first went to a cabin on the hill and sat perfectly upright for long hours. The second stayed in the village and learned the names of the bakers, the carts, the dogs, the shapes of the clouds in every season. A year later, the teacher visited them both. The first had refined concentration like a sharp blade. The second had a wide face and steady eyes. "Which is better?" the apprentices asked. The teacher smiled and pointed at their hands. "Both are hands," she said. "Either one alone grips. Together they hold. Retreat has its place, and so does a life lived with attention. Most of us will do more of the latter. It is enough. Practice in conversation can be as simple as choosing one moment of slowness. Tell yourself, "I'll let one breath finish before I answer." The other person won't notice the delay. You will. The words that come after will have less heat and more aim. If you need to say a hard thing, try this frame. "I care about X. I feel Y. I need Z." Short sentences. No extra story. Then breathe. Let the conversation have room to be awkward. Awkward is a sign we're trying to step out of old grooves. Let's touch identity again. Because ordinary life is where identities harden and soften. Pick one role you carry. The fixer, the planner, the quiet one, the fun one, the achiever, the late one. For a single day, loosen your hold so that role can be one color in your palette, not the whole canvas. If you are the fixer, practice asking, "Do you want comfort or ideas?" And be willing to offer only what is invited. If you are the planner, practice leaving 1 hour unscheduled and see who you are in that space. If you are the late one, try arriving 5 minutes early to something small and feel the surprise in your body. Not to become someone else, to discover range. We can turn even rest into practice by letting it be rest, not self-judgment with a blanket. When you lie down, place one hand on the ribcage and one on the belly and feel how they move differently. Don't force them to match. Let the body choose the rhythm that fits this minute. When thoughts march, greet them with a friendly roll call. Worry about project here. Replay of conversation here. Planning the week here. Then, like a good host at the end of a party, guide them to the door. "Thank you for coming. We'll talk tomorrow." You are not shutting them out. You are putting them to bed. There is a pocket of practice in every threshold. Try 3 breaths to arrive whenever you switch contexts. Before you start the car. Before you open a door. Before you press play. Before you open the news. 3 breaths. On the first, feel the back of your body, shoulder blades, spine, calves against cushions. On the second, feel the front, collarbones, chest, thighs, shins. On the third, feel the sides, ribs widening, hips widening. Now you have a shape again. Now you can enter. And a practice for when the world crowds your edges. Find 1 square foot of beauty. Not perfect beauty, just something that makes your breath change. A square of evening light on the wall, a leaf's green, the pattern of a dish towel, a cloud. Look until you feel something in your chest soften, or your eyes moisten, or your jaw relax. Say, there you are. Beauty is not luxury for the spiritually wealthy. It is nutrition that keeps cynicism from eating our days. When you forget all of this, and you will, because you are alive, use the simplest rope. Feel your feet. If you can't feel your feet, feel your hands. If you can't feel your hands, feel the contact where your body meets what holds you. Touch the world on purpose. Let the world touch you back. That is the seed of ordinary practice, always available, requiring no belief, only a body and a moment. Before we close, let's stitch a small integration ritual for the end of any day, especially busy ones. Sit or lie down. Picture the day as a room with windows on 4 sides. In the east window, place a scene from your morning that you want to bless. Someone's face, the color of the sky, something you finished. Whisper, thank you. In the south window, place a scene that was hard, tension, fatigue, confusion. Whisper, may I learn. In the west window, place a scene you're ready to set down. Whisper, enough for today. In the north window, place a hope that doesn't grasp, gentle, honest. Whisper, may I meet tomorrow with kindness. Then sit with all 4 windows lit in your mind. They don't compete. They make a room. You can sleep there. Lay a hand on your chest now. Feel the warmth. You have lived another ordinary day with more attention than most people ever give themselves permission to offer. That matters. Not because it makes you superior, but because it makes you steadier and kinder. The world you touch will feel it. The child who catches your eyes, the coworker who receives your clear sentence, the person behind you in traffic who doesn't absorb your panic, the self you meet in the mirror who gets your gentleness instead of your scorn. May ordinary life keep being the field for the practice that frees you. May the sink sing to you. May the kettle ring the bell. May doors become teachers. May socks be small prayers. May your phone become a tuning peg rather than a leash. May you find that peace is not a place you go. It is a way you move, bowl to bowl, breath to breath, hand to hand. Let your eyes grow heavier if they want to. Let your breath do the rocking. If sleep comes, go with it like a boat down a quiet river. If wakefulness lingers, rest in the room we've built. For windows, a soft chair, a kettle ready to sing. You don't have to hold anything up. The night and the earth have been practicing that longer than any of us. Trust them. Trust yourself. We will continue step by step in the morning of our listening. Settle again into the quiet geometry of your body. Head, shoulders, belly, hips, legs, each part resting where it knows how to rest. Let your breath be a small lantern, steady and gentle, lighting this minute from the inside. If there's a crease between your eyebrows, give it one soft fingertip and let it smooth. Listen for the most ordinary sound in your room and let it keep you company. We're not rushing toward peace. We're moving with it at walking speed. Tonight we'll tend to 2 places where everyday suffering often grows. The way we talk to ourselves and the identities we cling to when life feels uncertain. These are quiet rooms in the house of the mind, and a few small renovations can change everything about how it feels to live there. We'll upgrade the inner voice from a drill sergeant to a kind coach. And we'll practice holding who you are lightly enough that change feels like breathing, not like breaking. Begin with self-talk. Think back to a small mistake from today or this week. Maybe you forgot something, overpromised, underrested, spoke too sharply, scrolled too long, stayed quiet when you meant to speak. Notice the sentence that arose in your head. It might have had words like always or never, which are heavy for small moments. That voice believes it is helping. It was trained to keep you safe by scaring you forward. But scared bodies don't learn well. They brace and hide. Kindness, on the other hand, is a fertile climate. When you feel safe enough, your mind can see clearly and your hands can act wisely. Try this upgrade right now. Bring that small mistake to mind, but hold it loosely, like a postcard at arm's length. Place your palm on your chest and another on your belly. Whisper 3 lines in the tone you'd use with someone you love. That was hard. It makes sense that I reacted that way. I'm willing to learn one thing from this. Feel how your breath changes. You may notice heat in the cheeks or a softening under the sternum. That softening is not you letting yourself off the hook. It is you letting yourself into your life. Let's give you a simple framework for future stumbles. 5 words that walk you from reactivity to repair. Name, normalize, need, next, nourish. Name, I snapped. Normalize, humans snap when tired. Need, I need 2 quiet minutes. Next, I'll apologize with 1 clear sentence. Nourish, water, then back to the day. You can move through those 5 words in under a minute. They prevent the second arrow of self-attack and make repair more likely. Notice how often your inner voice speaks in absolutes. Always, never, everyone, no one. Replace those with soft data. Often, lately, some people, sometimes. Each swap creates a drop of space where breath can move. I always procrastinate becomes, lately I've been postponing starting when I feel anxious. From there, a helpful question appears. What might make the first 2 minutes easier? The mind loves drama. The nervous system loves specificity. Give it specifics. I like to think of the inner voice as a coach on a bench. Ask yourself, what kind of coach gets the best out of me? The screaming kind or the one who squats to your level and says, you know how to do this. 1 play at a time. I'm right here. Write a sentence from that coach and keep it nearby. Maybe it's begin soft. Maybe only the next step. Maybe breathe, then choose. When the old coach yells, hand them a whistle and ask them to count your breaths. Let the new coach talk strategy. Another upgrade, change why to what when you're in the thick of it. Why am I like this? Rarely produces wisdom. It usually opens a trapdoor to shame. What is happening in my body? Opens a door to usable information. What would help for 2 minutes? Invites action. What matters most right now? Focuses attention. Keep why for calm hours of reflection. In hot moments, what is medicine? You can also practice if-then softness, a compact way to meet your habits with care. If I notice I'm scrolling to avoid a task, then I place the phone face down and breathe 3 times with my eyes on one spot in the room. If I hear my voice tighten, then I rest my tongue on the floor of my mouth. If I feel the urge to please at my own expense, then I say, let me get back to you by this afternoon. We're not aiming for perfection. We're building gentle rails that guide you when the day tilts. Let me slip in a small parable, familiar but ever useful, retold in our modern tongue. A traveler carried a sturdy raft to cross a fast river. The raft saved their life. On the far bank, the traveler hoisted the raft onto their shoulders and began trudging through the jungle, sweating and stumbling. Someone called from the path, "Friend, why are you carrying a raft where there is no river?" The traveler said, "It carried me. I owe it everything." The other answered, "Then honor it by setting it down when it's no longer needed." Our self-talk often includes old rafts, rules, and tones that helped us survive earlier seasons. You don't have to throw them into a fire. You can bow, say thank you, and set them down. You can build a new raft for this river. Self-talk changes fastest when it's embodied. Try a voice reset that uses posture. Sit or lie where you are. Let your shoulders drop back and down by one bead on the string of your spine. Place your tongue gently on the floor of your mouth. Let your gaze widen, even with eyes closed, as if you could see more of the room. From that posture, speak a single sentence of kindness out loud. The body will believe the voice more easily when the posture says, "Safe enough." Then choose one small action that honors the sentence you spoke. Now, identity. Most of us carry a pocketful of labels. The responsible one, the funny one, the anxious one, the achiever, the peacemaker, the black sheep, the organized one, the mess. Labels are maps we were handed by families, schools, jobs, and our own survival strategies. Maps can be helpful. They are disastrous when we mistake them for the terrain. When identity gets too tight, choice shrinks. You find yourself behaving not from what's true now, but from what a past version of you would do to stay included or safe. We'll loosen identity gently with a word you've already practiced. Sometimes, I'm the dependable one sometimes. I'm anxious sometimes. I'm the leader sometimes. The word introduces oxygen. In that oxygen, you can practice range without betraying yourself. Being tender doesn't cancel being strong. Asking for help doesn't cancel being capable. Saying no doesn't cancel being kind. You are not a statue. You're weather. You can change and still be you. Choose one identity that feels tight tonight. Hold it like a coat you've worn for years. Where has it protected you? Where has it rubbed you raw? Close your eyes and picture a seam opening in that coat. Air moves across your skin. Imagine sliding one arm out, then the other, and letting the coat rest across your lap. You can put it back on any time. For the next day, see what choices appear with bare arms. You might decline a request you would have accepted from obligation. You might ask a question you would have swallowed. You might rest 10 minutes earlier. These are not personality betrayals. They are acts of honesty. Attachment also shows up as shoulds about who you must be to deserve belonging. Notice the shoulds that tighten you. I should always be cheerful. I should never need reminders. I should always say yes. I should be over this by now. When a should arrives, ask, whose voice is this? Sometimes it's culture. Sometimes it's a parent. Sometimes it's your own from long ago. Thank the voice for trying to steer you. Then choose a sentence with more truth in it. I aim to be kind more often than not. Reminders help a busy human. I'm allowed to discern my yes. Healing moves in spirals, not straight lines. Identities soften where language tells the truth. In relationships, identity can become a script we hand to each other. You're the calm one. You're the one who always forgets. You're the one who fixes. Scripts can be cozy until they become cages. Try a small experiment with someone you trust. Say, I'm practicing being more than one thing. Will you notice with me the moments I step outside my usual script? Invite them to do the same, then catch each other gently. I saw you ask for help there. That was new. I saw you sit in silence and not rush to fix. That was brave. The witnessing gives permission for range. A brief everyday story. A man prided himself on being the go-to person at work. It was his armor and his compliment. He didn't notice how tired he'd become until his child asked, "Do you live at your job?" He tried to change by quitting 3 committees at once. Panic followed. With gentle guidance, he practiced a smaller shift. For 1 week, he added 1 sentence to every yes. Yes, and I can give it 40 minutes. Or yes, and I'll need a partner. He was still the go-to sometimes. He also became the human with limits, always. The identity didn't die. It learned to breathe. Here's a micro-practice called Name the Room. When a strong identity flares, I'm the failure. I'm the only adult here. I'm the problem. I'm the hero. Pause and look around. Name out loud or in your head 5 ordinary things. Lamp, mug, chair, sock, window. Then name the place you're in: bedroom, office, kitchen. Finally, name the role most actually being asked of you at this exact minute. Not the role your story is narrating. Listener, writer of 2 sentences, person who sips water, parent who kneels. The nervous system moves from story to scene, and the scene is always more workable than the story. We can also loosen identity through play. If you are the serious one, do something slightly silly in private. A 3-second dance while the kettle warms, a sticker on your notebook, a doodle on the shopping list. If you are the playful one who hides hurt, write 1 honest line in a notes app about something that aches. If you are the orderly one, leave a book out on purpose and see if the world falls apart. If you are the chaotic one, stack 3 items neatly and notice how your breath changes. Play is safe experimentation. It reminds your insides that flexibility is allowed. Self-talk and identity meet in the phrases we repeat. Create a small inner playlist of sentences that return you to range and kindness. Try softer. I'm allowed to be new at this. Only the next right small step. I can be both strong and soft. I'm learning in public. Put 1 sentence where your eyes land in the morning: bathroom mirror, kettle, lock screen. Let your day begin inside language that gives you space. Let's visit a moment from the Buddha's life that speaks to identity. After awakening, he met old acquaintances who tried to pull him back into the old role. Prince, debater, partisan of this or that view. He did not insult their categories. He offered a new one: I am awake. In our secular language, I am noticing. You don't need a grand identity. You need a living verb. I am noticing. What are you noticing right now? Maybe the temperature of your hands, the weight of your body, the tone of your heart. Let that be your identity for this minute. Not a noun that traps you, but a verb that moves with you. Because we're human, the 3 frictions show up here too. Wanting says, if I can just become the perfect version of myself, I'll be safe. Pushing away says, if I reject all labels, I'll be free. Confusion says, I don't know who I am without these roles. The antidotes help. Release, I can set down perfection for tonight. Acceptance, some roles fit, some chafe. Both are part of my story. Clear seeing, right now I'm a person breathing and listening. That is enough identity to choose the next kind step. A practice for evenings: the coat rack. Before bed, stand by an actual hook or the back of a chair. Name 3 roles you wore today and hang them one by one on the rack with a gesture. Colleague, hang. Parent, hang. Problem solver, hang. Place your hand on the empty space over your heart and whisper, sleeper. That's the only role required now. If your mind tries to hand you a coat at 2 a.m., meet it with a smile. That coat waits till morning. Let's add a tiny ritual called language laundry for your self-talk. Once a day, pick 1 sentence you say often that makes your chest tight. Rinse it. Replace 1 harsh word with a kinder one, 1 absolute with a softer quantifier, 1 accusation with a curiosity. I'm a mess becomes, I'm in a messy season. I blew it becomes, I missed the mark and will repair. They don't care becomes, I don't feel cared for yet. What can I ask for? Hang the new sentence where the old one used to sit. Wear it for a week and see how it fits. Here's an everyday scene to practice in. You're about to walk into a room where you usually perform a version of yourself. Cool, competent, agreeable, unruffled, hilarious, wise. At the doorway, pause for 1 breath and ask, what if I let 2% more of my real state show? 2% is small enough to feel safe, big enough to feel real. Maybe you say, I'm slower this morning. Give me a second. Maybe you ask a question you'd usually hide. Maybe you let your face rest. This is not a demand to reveal everything. It's permission to stop hiding quite so hard. When repair is needed with another person, let your self-talk be a bridge, not a barricade. Instead of, I have to defend why I did that, try, I want to understand how it landed. Instead of, if I admit fault, I'll disappear, try, if I admit the truth, I can look us both in the eye. Bring your identity as the one who learns. That identity leaves room for both accountability and dignity. If you're drifting towards sleep as we speak, let these words fade into hum. If you're awake, we'll do a short, guided reset that weaves voice and identity. Close your eyes if that's safe. Feel the weight of your body. Inhale a little kindness, whatever that means for you. Exhale a little space. Think of a label you wear that feels tight. See it written on a small card. Slide the card into your pocket. It's still with you, but it isn't on your forehead. Now think of a sentence your inner drill sergeant loves to use. Hear it from a distance, as if it's playing from a radio in another room. Turn the volume down with 2 slow breaths. Turn up your kind coach and hear a new sentence. I can be honest and gentle. Feel where that lands. Rest there for 3 quiet breaths. We'll close tonight with a blessing for your many selves and the voice that guides them. May your inner coach be warm and brave. May your roles be loose garments, not armor. May your language make room for your humanness. May your verbs stay alive, notice, learn, soften, begin. May you set down old rafts with gratitude when new waters ask for new ways. May you meet your reflection with a nod that says, we're in this together. Let your body grow heavier if it wants to. Let your jaw unhook again. If a thought knocks, you can answer through the door. Tomorrow, place 1 hand on your heart, 1 on your belly. Inhale for a count that feels kind. Exhale for 1 beat longer and whisper, sleeper, the night knows the rest. You do not need to hold yourself up while you rest. The bed, the earth, the dark, and the breath have practiced that for ages on your behalf. You are allowed to set down the voice that makes you smaller. You are allowed to wear a roomier name. You are allowed to begin again and again and again with gentleness. I'm here with you as you do. Let yourself arrive as if the body has been waiting at the door with a small lamp, patient and kind. Feel the crown of your head, the hinge of your jaw, the slope of your shoulders, the weight of your ribs, the bowl of your belly, the steadiness of your hips, the quiet of your thighs, the way your heels know gravity. Notice 1 patch of skin that feels warm and 1 that feels cool. Let your breath be normal, not improved, like a friend who sits beside you without needing to perform. You are here. The body knows what to do with here. Tonight we lean into body wisdom and natural healing, the gentle art of listening instead of fixing. Your body is not a machine you operate from a control room in your head. It is a living field of signals, a companion whose language is touch, temperature, tension, softness, rhythm. When you stop arguing with the body's simple speech, something soft and intelligent returns. You don't have to force it or make claims. You only have to listen and offer small, honest kindnesses. Begin with a practice of befriending called the body's yes and no. Think of a recent moment when you wanted to say yes but felt the tug of no, or the other way around. Instead of running the debate in your head like a courtroom drama, place your attention on your chest and belly. Say the word yes silently and feel what happens. Then say the word no and feel what happens. You're not looking for fireworks. You're looking for tiny shifts, an openness or a closing, a breath that lengthens or shortens, warmth or coolness, a small lean forward or back. Over time, this becomes a compass that lives below language. It won't always settle the question for you, but it will add the body's vote to the table, which makes decisions kinder and outcomes easier to live with. The body stores the day in very practical places: hips, eyes, jaw, back, gut. It needs signals that the day is allowed to end. Try a minute-long ritual called gravity permission. Whether you are sitting or lying down, exhale and allow 10% more of your weight to be held. Imagine you are handing the mattress or the chair a bag you have carried all day without noticing. Another exhale, another 10%. If you feel a flicker of tears or a small shiver as you let go, that's the body saying, "Thank you, I can stop bracing." Let it be small. Let it be enough. An everyday scene. You are at your desk and the back of your neck tightens as if it is trying to hold up the entire afternoon. The old habit might be to ignore it or to scold yourself into pushing through. Listening looks different. You pause and put the tips of your fingers at the base of your skull. On an inhale, imagine length creating a little space between each tiny bone. On the exhale, let the shoulders drop as if you put down a bag. Turn your head slowly left and right like you are saying no to the impulse to clench. Then look far into the distance, even if the distance is a window across the room. The eyes soften. The neck follows. 2 breaths later, the afternoon is the same, but your body has been met. Meeting the body changes the day's math. Another scene. It's late afternoon and your energy dips. The brain declares an emergency and offers caffeine, sugar, a scroll. I'm not against any of these when chosen. We're simply widening the menu with a listening move. Place a hand flat on your sternum and one on your belly. Ask the body quietly, fuel, movement, water, or rest? A surprise arrives more often than you'd think. Sometimes it's water, and the first glass feels like a conversation your cells were trying to have. Sometimes it's 2 minutes of movement, the slowest shoulder rolls, a gentle twist, a long yawn you invite by opening your mouth wide. Sometimes it's a small rest, eyes closed, palms open, just long enough to let the nervous system drop one level toward calm. Sometimes it really is food. Listening gives you an answer you can trust for this particular now. Let's practice pendulation. A gentle seesaw between comfort and discomfort that teaches your system it can feel small waves without drowning. Choose a mild sensation that isn't pleasant, perhaps an ache in the back or a tightness in the chest. Touch it with your attention for 2 breaths, no heroics. Then shift to a sensation that is clearly pleasant or neutral. Warmth in your hands, the softness of your socks, the way air touches your lips as you exhale. 2 breaths there. Move back and forth twice more. The point is not to stare down discomfort until it surrenders. The point is to teach your body that it can move between states and that you will guide it lightly. This is how resilience grows. Not by eliminating waves, but by remembering you can float. A story from the old path that lives in modern kitchens and hospital rooms alike. It's said that one day the Buddha found a monk sick and unattended, lying in his own mess because everyone was busy seeking purity far from the smell of bodies. The Buddha washed the monk, tended him, then told the community plainly that caring for the sick is caring for him, caring for the path. Whether it unfolded exactly in that sequence matters less than the principle that echolocates across centuries. The sacred lives in the ordinary body, the messy body, the tired body. When you tend to your own body kindly, washing your face like you're worthy of water, rubbing lotion into hands that worked all day, putting socks on feet that carried you, you are not being indulgent. You are practicing wakefulness. You are declaring that humanity, not harshness, leads. Bring that into the bathroom sink tonight. As you rinse, feel the temperature as fact. Instead of scrubbing to get clean, try touching to say hello. Imagine your hands belong to someone you care about and you are lending them to yourself. Dry your face slowly. Notice the skin's small relief at being met without rush. Whisper, Thank you, not to the mirror but to the skin. The nervous system hears the thank you. It uses it as permission to stand down. There is a language the vagus of your body understands. Long exhale, soft eyes, humming, gentle pressure, safe touch. Try humming for 20 seconds, not as a performance but as a low comfort sound. Feel the vibration behind your lips and along your throat. Try a hand over your heart with the other hand covering it. Light pressure like a weighted blanket for the sternum. Try a slow count on the exhale that is 1 beat longer than the inhale. If any of this feels strange, smile privately at the strangeness. You are using old animal codes to say, "We're safe enough for now." Food can also be practice without becoming a battlefield. Choose one bite of tonight's meal and let it be the only thing in your mouth and mind. Notice temperature, texture, sound. Then let the rest of the meal be normal. You're not auditioning for mindfulness. You're simply inviting your body to be co-author of eating. When you eat a bit slower, your body tells you sooner when enough has arrived. When you eat with more presence, the food tastes like itself. The body relaxes because it recognizes the old ritual of being nourished without hurry. The jaw is an honest messenger. So much of the day parks there. Unsaid sentences held in responses, the need to keep it together. Invite a jaw Sabbath for 60 seconds. Rest the tip of your tongue on the floor of your mouth and let the molars uncouple. Glide the lower jaw left and right slowly, then forward and back, small circles like you're drawing a gentle moon under your nose. If tears or yawns arrive, welcome them. Yawns are how mammals reset. Tears are how mammals wash. Neither needs an autobiography. Another small ritual, the floor minute. Once a day, lie on your back on the floor with knees bent and feet flat. If that's not comfortable, place your calves on a chair or a couch. Feel how hard surfaces give clear support. The bed is kind, but the floor is honest. It tells your back where it is and reminds your core that it can rest against something that does not ask for anything in return. Watch the ceiling like clouds moving slowly. When you stand, move like a cat. Roll to your side first, then rise. The whole thing can take under 2 minutes and leaves a trace of steadiness behind. When emotion swells, the body can lead you out of the echo chamber of thought. Anger arrives and the hands want to clench. Give them a job. Press your palms together firmly. Breathe 3 slow breaths and feel the warmth that rises. Sadness arrives and the chest feels hollow. Give it weight. Place a folded blanket or pillow across your sternum and upper ribs. Feel the friendly pressure. Anxiety arrives and your breath skates near the collarbones. Invite it lower by placing a small book on your belly and watching it lift and fall for 10 gentle breaths. You are not smothering emotion. You are giving it rails to travel on so it doesn't flood your house. Let's draw a small circle around sleep. The body keeps trying to finish cycles we interrupt. You can help it finish with a ritual I call closing the gates. Gate of the eyes. Rest your gaze on one quiet point, then let the eyelids melt down like warm wax. Gate of the ears. Listen for the furthest sound, then for the closest, then choose which one you'll let rock you. Gate of the mouth. Part the lips just enough to tell your jaw there is no speech due. Gate of the hands. Uncurl your fingers and let the palms face up or rest on the body. Tell them no more grasping tonight. Gate of the feet. Flex and point slowly, then let the toes go loose. Whisper, closed for the night. Not as a command, as a blessing. If the mind protests, nod to it like you would to a neighbor you'll chat with tomorrow. The body's wisdom extends into boundaries. When someone asks for your time and you are not sure, check the back of your neck and the space behind your sternum. If the neck climbs and the chest narrows, it might be a no or a not yet. If the neck stays level and the chest stays wide, it might be a yes that doesn't cost you. Practice saying, I'll let you know by this afternoon. To give your body a longer listen. Your calendar is important. Your tissue is too. Weaving this with the 3 frictions helps. Wanting pushes the body into overreach. Another hour, another task, another scroll. Release can sound like, this is enough for now. While you lay both hands on your belly, so the message travels beyond thought. Pushing away makes you leave the body behind. Skip water, skip stretching, skip asking for help. Acceptance can sound like, this is a body and it has needs. While you stand and drink a glass of water in 3 slow swallows, confusion fogs the body with static. Clear seeing can sound like, feet on floor, eyes on one thing, one next step. While you let your weight be obvious to you again. There's an everyday story I love for its plainness. A woman rushed for years and the rush settled in her shoulders like permanent armor. She tried elaborate plans to change herself and grew exhausted. Then she put a tiny bell in her kitchen doorway. Every time she walked through, she touched the bell with a fingertip and let her shoulders drop 1 notch. Took a second. In a month, the shoulder armor loosened enough for her to take a deep breath without effort. She still had a busy life. She had fewer bruises from her own armor. The bell did not transform the world. It reminded the body that softness was allowed in the middle of it. If you live with pain, listening does not mean loving the pain or pretending it is a teacher every minute. It means you build a respectful partnership. Some days you move around the pain like you would a sleeping child. Some days you ask it gently what would ease it by 5%. Some days the most compassionate act is to stop negotiating and rest. Acceptance here is not passive. It is precise. You speak to your doctor from a steady place. You advocate for accommodations without apology. You treat your limits like the edges of a lake where life still lives beautifully. Let's drop into a guided body practice now, simple and slow. Close your eyes or lower your gaze. Feel the weight of your head resting on the atlas of your spine. Imagine the back of your neck lengthening as if a small thread were drawing you up from the crown by 1 grain of effort. Let your tongue rest heavy. Feel your collarbones like little shelves and set your breath on them for a moment. Notice the ribs widening, not lifting. Notice the breath low in the back like a hand filling against a door. Sense the pelvis as a bowl and let the breath rinse the inside of the bowl once, twice, again. Travel down to the thighs, thanking them for carrying you. Travel to the knees, softening any opinions there. Travel to the calves and ankles and toes, noticing cool places and warm ones. Then let your attention be like rain falling over the whole body all at once. Evenly, lightly. Whisper, thank you for carrying me. Stay for 3 quiet breaths. If movement is available, try the smallest spirals. Let your nose draw a slow circle the size of a coin. Let your shoulders draw circles forward and down and back and up, then reverse. Let your wrists roll as if you are coaxing water from your fingertips. Let your spine ripple, 1 vertebra at a time, like a cat rising and settling. No forcing. Movement as apology to parts you hurried past today. Movement as hello. The stomach and gut speak clearly when you're willing to hear them. Anxiety can feel like bees there. Compassion is a hand that moves in slow clockwise circles over the belly. A reminder that digestion is allowed to be a quiet miracle. If the day left stones in your gut, imagine a warm washcloth laid across it. The picture alone can change the body's tone. If you need to cry and the cry sticks, try humming low notes with your lips closed and your jaw loose. Humming tells the body it is safe to release valves that have been clenched. Your skin is a boundary you wear. Clothes can be practiced too. Choose 1 item tomorrow purely for the way your body size when it touches you. A soft shirt, thick socks, a scarf that feels like belonging. You're signaling that your body's comfort counts in your ethics, not as an afterthought but as a foundation. Comfort makes kindness easier. It is not the only path to kindness, but it is a generous one. If you share a home, invite a small ritual of co-regulation that asks nothing complicated. Two people standing in a kitchen, back to back for 20 seconds, breathing. Each body lends the other steadiness without story. Then you go on with your evening. If you live alone, lean your back against a wall and let it be your companion. The wall does not judge your posture. It agrees to hold you as you are. There is a sweet practice called body gratitude at the threshold. Before bed, stand in the doorway of the room where you will sleep. Thank 3 parts specifically for today. Thank your feet for every errand. Thank your hands for every key turned, every dish washed, every message typed, every forehead touched. Thank your eyes for sorting light from light. Thank your heart for beating in rooms you dreaded and rooms you loved. This gratitude is not a bargain for a perfect body tomorrow. It is a friendship you offer to the only house you get to live in for your whole life. And if grief is present in your body, the grief of illness, loss, aging, change, let the body teach pace. Grief walks, it does not sprint. Grief eats warm food and prefers soft clothes and honest friends. Grief lies down when the music gets too loud, and then it rises with messy hair and goes to the sink and washes one bowl. The body knows grief's language. Trust it more than the mind's plans to outpace sorrow. You can't outpace it. You can be accompanied by your own breath while you move through it. As we close this part, return to the 4 corners of your body, the palms and the soles. Feel the palms as warm bowls that can hold and be held. Feel the soles as roots spreading a little wider in the soil of your floor. Inhale a small kindness. Exhale a little more weight. If sleep is near, let this be the last thing you do. If wakefulness continues, let your body be the room you rest in, even with the light on. The body is on your side. It is not asking for perfection. It is asking to be heard. May you listen. May you receive the body's simple truths without debate. May your hands learn to be gentle with your own skin. May your breath be the lullaby you keep right under your ribs, ready for any hour. May you discover that healing is less an achievement and more a series of small, repeated permissions. Safety where there was bracing, warmth where there was coldness, gravity where you kept trying to hover. And may you sleep not because you forced it, but because the body, finally met, can set down its watch and rest. Arrive as if you're stepping into a warm-lit room that already knows your name. Feel the place under you agree to hold your weight. Let the inhale come like a tide to the shore, and the exhale return like water sliding back over sand. Smooth the little lines around your eyes with a thought of kindness. Feel the warmth in your hands and the simple fact that your breath keeps choosing you. We're here to weave what we've learned into something you can wear every day, soft, sturdy, and yours. Tonight is about integration, the art of coming back to yourself in small, repeatable ways so peace is not a weekend getaway but your home address. Integration means designing gentle returns. Life will keep tugging your attention into 1,000 hallways. We'll practice the moves that bring you back without scolding, the way you might come back to the porch light after checking the mail in the dark. Begin with the threshold between tasks. The mind loves to drag the last room into the next. That's why you bring the meeting into the kitchen into the bedroom into the inbox. Try a 2-breath stitch whenever you cross a threshold, literal or invisible. Breath 1 says, "This is complete for now." Breath 2 asks, "What is the next kind thing?" The next kind thing might be washing one bowl, writing one sentence, lowering your voice, or putting your phone face down. 2 breaths, a stitch, and the day starts to feel sewn instead of scattered. Integration also needs rhythm, and rhythm is friendlier than rules. Think of the day as 3 rooms: morning, middle, and night. In the morning room, you choose tone over speed. Before the first text or headline, put your feet on the floor and let your hands rest on your thighs.
Whisper, I'm alive.
Then ask your body, fuel, movement, water, or quiet? Give it 90 seconds of the one it names. You are tuning the instrument before the concert, even if the whole tune is a single clear note. In the middle room, where life stacks obligations like dishes, keep your moves small and physical. Touch the door frame as you enter a meeting. Let red lights return you to longer exhales. Before opening the inbox, look far into the distance so your eyes remember horizons. Noon is not the time to invent a new self. Noon is for being easier to live with inside the self you already are. In the night room, your job is to stop adding to the day. The mind will try to renegotiate. It always does. Integration answers with gentle ceremony. Put a glass by the sink that only belongs to bedtime and let the sound of water be your bell. Place your hand on a small shelf or a windowsill and name one thing you're setting there till morning. A worry, a plan, a half-begun repair. The shelf holds it. The night can work on it in ways your thinking cannot. Because integration is a body story as much as a mind story, let your body carry some of the work. We practiced four corners, palms and soles, as a simple landing pad. Use it when your heart races after a sharp email or when you are tempted to rehearse arguments in the shower. Feel the hands, feel the feet. Let the exhale lengthen by one quiet beat. The body will memorize this path home if you walk it often. There's a modern place where we leak a lot of peace. The glowing doorway of our devices. Let's create a ritual that takes 10 seconds and changes the texture of your attention. Before you open any app that tends to borrow your mood, touch your phone with both hands like you would a small animal and ask, "Why am I going in?" If the answer is vague, to see, aim for a friendlier aim. To connect, to learn one thing, to laugh, to check the time. Then pick a container that belongs to your life's rhythm. Not the app's 2 songs, the steeping of your tea, the timer set to 7 minutes, the walk from your car to your door. When the container ends, set the device down like a bowl you've washed and whisper, "Complete." You are not rejecting the world. You are protecting your window to it. Integration is also how we meet friction without taking it personally. We have talked about wanting, pushing away, and confusion. You will keep meeting them, I do too. Make a small space in your day where you greet them like regulars, not intruders. Morning traffic. Wanting to be already there. Email you're avoiding. Pushing away my discomfort. Pile of choices. Confusion looking for a door. Then you offer the counter moves like you would offer tea to a guest. Release one small clench. Accept one small fact. See one small next step. This is not vague. It is repeated practice until your nervous system recognizes the pattern and relaxes sooner. A story, soft and precise, for when words sting. People tell a tale of a man who insulted the Buddha, expecting fire in return. Instead, the Buddha asked a simple question. If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong? The man answered, puzzled, "To the one who offered it." "Yes," came the reply. "And so it is with your words. Whether or not this exchange happened exactly this way is less important than the doorway it opens. In plain language, you are allowed to choose what you take into your body. When harshness arrives at your door, you can feel your feet, soften your jaw, and check if any part of what was said is useful. If a small part is useful, take it. If the rest is poison, leave it on the step. That is not spiritual superiority. It is hygiene. Practice this quietly the next time a message lands like a slap. Place one hand on your sternum and one on your belly. Ask, what if this is data? What if this is story? Data might sound like, the deadline moved, my tone was tight, They prefer more detail. Story might sound like, I'm a failure. They hate me. I never get it right. Gather the data and set it on your workbench. Let the stories pass like weather without taking up residence in your chest. Then write one sentence that moves the data forward. You are integrating wisdom into action. Repair is a pillar of integration. We keep nights clean by stitching small tears quickly. You don't need speeches. You need one honest line and a tone your nervous system can live with. I spoke sharply. I'm sorry. You matter to me. I missed our time. I'm sorry. Can we try again at noon tomorrow? I overpromised. I'm adjusting now. The sentence is a bridge. Walk it and put your feet down on the other side. Let the body feel the relief of being aligned again. I want to offer you 3 anchoring moments that can live in any day without adding heaviness. The first is a tiny pause before speech. Not silence forever, just one full breath before the words. You won't always choose different words, but their temperature will drop 1 degree. The second is a tiny pause after finishing. Not the grand finale, just a whispered complete after a sink of dishes, a line of code, a school drop-off, a meeting. Your system learns where things end. The third is a tiny pause at the door. Touch the handle or the frame and ask, what do I want to bring with me? Choose. Let the rest stay where it belongs. You might worry that rituals will make you rigid. Think of them as the railings on a small bridge. The railings don't tell you where to go. They let you cross without falling in every time your foot slips. When days get stormy, railings matter. Because we live among other humans, integration wants community. You don't have to explain your whole practice to everyone. You can share a single sentence with one person who feels safe. I'm trying a doorway pause, or I'm practicing 2 breaths between tasks, or I'm learning to say complete, so my nervous system knows how to exhale. Invite them to try one move with you. When 2 people choose the same small kindness, a room changes. Before we widen further, come back to your body now. Notice your teeth and let them untouch. Notice your shoulders and let them drop a fraction. Notice your tongue and let it rest on the floor of your mouth. The animal in you understands these signals. It doesn't care about philosophy. It listens for long exhales, slow eyes, gentle hands. Give it those and it will offer you steadiness in return. Let's talk about news, because information is a wind that can throw your lantern. Integration builds a windscreen, not a wall. Choose 1 or 2 trustworthy sources and a specific time window. Decide that you will receive the news standing or sitting tall, not hunched over a glowing rectangle in a posture of defeat. Before you open the window, whisper, "May I learn without drowning." After you close it, do one embodied act. A glass of water, a walk to the mailbox, 2 shoulder rolls, to tell your system you are not trapped in the world inside the screen. You are a person in a room, in a street, in a body, in a life that includes but is not consumed by headlines. Care is a marathon. Pace matters. There's a tender edge between caring and carrying. The world will hand you bundles that do not belong to you alone. Integration asks, what is mine to do today? The answer is usually smaller than the ache. Write a letter. Donate an amount that is honest. Smile at the person who feels invisible. Study 1 page. Make 1 phone call. Offer an apology where your part is real. Rest so you can keep doing your part tomorrow. Let the rest be carried by a bigger we. When you forget and try to carry the whole bundle, feel the back of your neck. It will tell you when you picked up too much. Families and friendships have their own weather. Integration doesn't promise endless harmony. It gives you language that makes return possible. When tension rises at home, practice 1 true sentence said in a low tone. I'm tense because I care. Add 1 request. Can we slow down? Or, Can we talk after I sit for 2 minutes? If the other person can't join you yet, still practice your sentence out loud to yourself in the next room. Your own ears need to hear your sanity. Identity wants to sneak back and hear who you are in your group, the role you default to. Keep the word sometimes in your pocket. Sometimes you're the fixer. Sometimes you're the listener. Sometimes you're the one who needs to be held. Sometimes you're funny. Sometimes you're quiet. Make a small sign in your heart. More than one thing. Let it hang on your inner door. Because we're weaving a life, not writing a thesis. Bring beauty back on purpose. Pick a square foot of beauty each day like a vitamin. Light on a wall, steam from the kettle. The way a hand finds a sleeve, leaves arguing softly with wind. Beauty is not a luxury for when you've earned it. Beauty is a stabilizer. It says, you live in a world. That sentence softens the edges of a long day more efficiently than any argument against the day. When sleep is far away because your mind is building dioramas of tomorrow, integrate with the smallest story. Place a paper and pen beside you. Write 3 words. Tomorrow, I'll begin. Finish the sentence with one tiny action that your morning self can accomplish in 5 minutes. Close the pen. Place your hand on the page like a parent tucking in a child. Whisper, tomorrow, not yet. Your brain wants to be sure you won't forget. You just proved you won't. Can stand down. If you wake in the night, don't fight for sure. Float. Count backward from 10 with each exhale. If the count slips, start again kindly. On the 6th exhale, whisper, enough done. On the 4th, enough said. On the 2nd, enough thought. If sleep comes, greet it. If it hides, rest anyway. Rest is a practice that counts even when it isn't glamorous. The body hears your permission. Because ritual grows with repetition, let's design a closing ceremony for each day that takes less than 3 minutes and teaches your system that life has edges. Stand in your doorway or lie in your bed and see the day behind you like a path with small lanterns. Touch 3 lanterns in your mind. The first is for something you're grateful for, not to erase the hard, only to warm the muscles that hold your life. The second is for something you learned, not necessarily noble, maybe a kitchen trick or the way your patience arrived 3 seconds late. The third is for something you're releasing for the night, a worry, a plan, a judgment about yourself. As you touch each, breathe once, then bless the ground that carried you. You can whisper, thank you, feet. It's small. Small is how we change. We'll give your mornings an answering opening, so integration bookends your days. Before you stand tomorrow, feel your feet without moving them. Say, I'm here. Sit up and rest a hand on your heart and one on your belly. Say, I'll try softer. Stand and place a hand on the nearest wall or door. Say, only the next step. Then take it. You have already woven wisdom into action before the day can ask too much of you. I want to honor that there will be days when none of this feels enough. The river runs high and you feel small. On those days, make your life smaller on purpose. Let your square foot of okayness be the cool corner of a pillow or the seam on a sleeve. Let your part be a glass of water and one text that says, I'm thinking of you. Let your boundary be, I'll answer this tomorrow. Let your blessing be, may I be gentle. Integration sometimes looks like doing less and calling that an honest day. It is. As we close, feel the 4 corners again. Palms and soles warm and steady. Let your jaw hang open a fraction. Let the next exhale be longer than you thought it would be. Picture your day settling on a shelf like a book you can reach for later if you want to, but doesn't need to be clutched while you sleep. If emotion rises, let it rise like a tide and then slide back. Nothing you feel disqualifies you from peace. Peace is not a prize. It's a way you move. Bless your ordinary life right now. Bless the sink and the soap. Bless the chair and the doorframe. Bless the phone when it's a bridge and when it's silent. Bless the faces you'll see tomorrow and the quiet places you may keep to yourself. Bless your hands for every kindness they will perform without being asked. Bless your breath for staying, even when you forget to notice it. May your rituals be simple enough to keep and strong enough to hold you. May your boundaries feel like warm door frames rather than cold walls. May your attention be a lamp you can set down and pick up on purpose. May your nights become rooms where peace knows the way to your pillow. Rest now, or listen as you drift. The porch light is on. You can find your way back anytime, with one breath, one touch, one whisper of complete. I'm here with you, steady as a hand on the frame, patient as a kettle waiting to sing. Let's arrive together in a way that asks nothing fancy of you. Feel the heaviness of your head, the length of your neck, the slope of your shoulders settling as if someone lowered a dimmer switch. Let the belly soften enough for breath to travel easily. Find one sound that does not require your involvement. The low hum somewhere, the fabric shifting, the small language of the room, and let it keep you company. If your jaw is holding court, give it a tiny vacation by letting the lips part and the tongue rest. We'll move slowly. We'll let the night be a kinder climate than the day. Tonight we travel into a steadying power that looks understated but changes everything. Equanimity, the art of staying balanced when life's winds blow from every direction. The old books call them worldly winds. We can call them weather. Gain and loss, praise and blame, pleasure and pain, recognition and being overlooked. These gusts cross every life. When we forget their weather, we get flung. When we remember their weather, we can plant our feet and let the gust pass without arranging our whole identity around it. Try a micro-practice I call the weather report. Pick a moment from today that jostled you. A compliment that lit you up, a critique that stung, a wind that made the world look golden for a few minutes, a plan that dissolved. Close your eyes and name which wind was blowing. Gain, loss, praise, blame, pleasure, pain, being seen, being missed. Say it once like a meteorologist, not a judge. Then place your attention in the soles of your feet and the palms of your hands, the four corners of you, and take one longer exhale. Whisper, weather, not identity. The situation still matters. You still care. You're just less likely to hand the wind the keys to your nervous system. Praise and blame are strong weather for most of us. The body knows it. Praise brightens the chest. Blame tightens the throat. Neither is a reliable map for your worth. A kind practice is to separate tone from data. When praise arrives, enjoy the sweetness and harvest the data. They found my clarity helpful. When blame arrives, feel your feet, harvest any data that helps you grow, and let the extra heat, which is mostly other people's weather, blow by. You can ask yourself, what is one useful thing I can do with this? That question is a windbreak. Gain and loss can feel like verdicts about your life. Project lands, you feel temporarily bulletproof. A plan collapses, you feel temporarily doomed. Both feelings are human. Equanimity adds a third feeling, steadiness. Try a soft vow before big moments. I will give my best honest effort, and I will let the outcome be part of a larger story. Afterward, keep the vow's second half. Celebrate without clinging when it goes your way. Grieve without self-erasure when it doesn't. Then return to the ordinary. Dishes, email, a walk. So the nervous system remembers that life is larger than any single gust. Pleasure and pain are weather too. Your body loves ease. It recoils from ache. Equanimity doesn't make you indifferent. It lets you relate wisely. When pleasure arrives, really let it register. This isn't grasping, it's digestion. Take 2 slow breaths devoted to the exact way the tea tastes or the way laughter loosens your ribs. When pain arrives, place a hand where it lives and say, "This is here." Add, "What eases this by 5%? A change of position, a glass of water, a boundary."
On up.
Equanimity is tenderness with a backbone. There's an old story that points here like a lantern. A man is shot with a poisoned arrow. Before allowing anyone to remove it, he demands to know who shot it, their social status, their village, the wood of the bow, the string, the feathering. He dies with answers he never got. The teaching lands in modern rooms like this. The mind can ask 1,000 questions that postpone the one move that helps. We'll always have curiosities about the causes and meanings of things. When the arrow is in, priority 1 is to tend the wound. Then, when you're safe enough, learn what you can. Ask this in hot moments. What is the arrow, and what is trivia? Remove the arrow first. Trivia later. An ordinary day translation. Your coworker writes something sharp. Your mind begins composing a closing argument with exhibits and footnotes. Before you build a courtroom, take a doorway pause. Feel your hands and feet. Identify the arrow. Ouch! That tone hurt and I need clarity. Make one helpful move. Write a short reply asking to align on expectations and offering a time to talk. Later, if you want, examine why they might speak that way and what systems produce those emails. But you will already have removed the arrow and stopped the poison from spreading into your evening. Equanimity makes room for non-attachment to results, which sounds abstract until you see how it changes your Tuesday. Non-attachment isn't apathy. It's devotion to inputs you can influence while holding outcomes lightly. You plant and water. You do not pull on the sprout to make it grow faster. Try this before you send something that matters, an application, a proposal, a text of repair. Whisper, "May I be clear, kind, and honest." Hit send. Then do one grounded act. Drink water, wash a cup, step outside for 30 seconds. Train your body that after offering your best, you release the rope tied to outcomes you cannot steer. Perfectionism will argue with this. It will say, "If I hold the rope tight enough, nothing will drop." In truth, the rope strangles your energy and bends your relationships out of shape. Let's practice good enough passes. Choose a task that tends to eat time, an email, a slide, a message, a plan. Give it a single focused pass with your shoulders dropped and your breath even. Stop at 80%. Send or save. If more polish is truly needed, schedule a second pass for later with fresh eyes. You'll make fewer errors than when you sprint toward flawless, and you'll have enough energy left for the life that waits outside the screen. Comparing mind is another gust. It arrives the moment you look sideways. They're farther. They're steadier. They're loved more. Comparison imagines it will motivate you. Often it withers you or makes you perform away from your values. Practice a quick swap I call compare and care. When comparison flares, place a hand on your chest and wish the person well. May they keep their good thing. Then turn the same warmth toward yourself. May I keep tending mine. If that feels like a stretch, try, "We're on different clocks." Clocks is an honest word. It ends the fight with time. Joy can feel like a shy animal when the winds are loud. Equanimity invites joy without grasping. Gladness as companionship, not escape. Keep a tiny practice called 3 bright crumbs. At the end of the day, whisper 3 small delights that asked nothing dramatic of you. The spoon's curve catching light. The way a stranger held a door. A sentence you liked writing. This isn't toxic positivity. It's nutrition. Joy metabolized in crumbs helps you stand when the next gust arrives. Equanimity also reshapes speech. We've practiced pausing before words. Let's add a soft filter that doesn't make you rigid. True, kind, necessary, timely. Not every sentence needs all four to the same degree, but asking the question slows the gusts. Is it true? If not, wait. Is it kind? If not, can I deliver the truth without contempt? Is it necessary? If not, maybe silence is the most loving move. Is it timely? If not, perhaps I write it down and wait an hour. This takes less time than cleaning up what hurried words break. When a boundary is needed, equanimity gives you a tone that protects everyone's dignity. Try sentences that begin with I and end with a clear action. I want to give this my best and I need until tomorrow. I care about you and I cannot stay while voices are raised. I'm willing to help and I can offer 30 minutes. I'm not available for this, and I hope you find what you need. If someone doesn't like your boundary, that is their weather. Your job is to stand kindly in your doorway. Community steadies equanimity. You don't need a spiritual club. You need two honest people who are practicing being human on purpose. Agree to a simple exchange. Once a week, each of you shares one small wind that knocked you and one small act that steadied you.
No fixing.
No competing. Just witness and small applause for steadying moves. The nervous system learns faster when steadiness is seen. Let's bring all of this into a day you might actually live. Morning, you wake groggy, mind already sprinting. Weather report. Pressure. Small ache. A little dread. Feet on floor. Hand on heart. 1 minute of fuel, movement, water, or quiet. The body asks for water. You oblige. Mid-morning. Praise lands in your inbox. Enjoy the warmth. Harvest the data. Clarity helped. Noon. The meeting turns sideways and blame floats your way. Feel your feet. Harvest any useful part. Ask for a reset. Afternoon. A plan falls through loss. Grieve the tiny dream. Then do one next right small step toward the larger purpose. Evening, you send something vulnerable into the world. You whisper your vow, clear, kind, honest, and touch the doorframe. Release the rope. Night. 3 bright crumbs. A closing breath. Lights down. It doesn't make the day perfect. It makes the day livable. There's a story I love about an empty boat. A person rows across a foggy lake and is rammed by another boat. They explode in anger, ready to condemn the careless pilot, then see the boat is empty, loosed from its mooring by wind. The anger drops. They steer around it and keep moving. Whether the story belongs to Zen or to a neighbor at the marina, the point is the same. Much of what rams us is an empty boat. Other people's weather hitting ours. Some boats are not empty. There is harm, there is intention. But many collisions are gusts and currents. When you can see an empty boat as empty, your body saves energy for steering. If you like phrases that fit in the pocket of your day, keep these: weather, not identity. Remove the arrow. Inputs with care, outcomes with ease. We're on different clocks. True, kind, necessary, timely. Empty boat. Try one for a week. Let it change your posture. Because your body is our ally, let's pair equanimity with a posture that tells your system, steady. Sit or lie as you are. Let your shoulder blades slide down 1 bead. Picture the crown of your head turning the smallest amount toward the sky. Place the tip of your tongue on the floor of your mouth. Widen your soft gaze. Feel your hands and feet. Inhale kindly, exhale a beat longer. Whisper, I can meet this. The practice is this small and this repeatable. Bring equanimity to scrolling, which often whips up wins on purpose. Before you open a feed, ask, do I want weather or wisdom? If the answer is weather, set a container 2 songs, steeping tea 7 minutes. If the answer is wisdom, go to a known well and drink without wandering. When you close the app, touch a real object, mug, doorknob, sleeve, and say, "Here." That one word places you back in the room where your life is. If sleep hides tonight, you can rest inside equanimity. Count backward with the breath from 10, and pair each number with a wind. 10 praise, 9 blame, 8 gain, 7 loss, 6 pleasure, 5 pain, foreseen, 3 missed, 2 hope, 1 uncertainty. At 0 whisper, weather, not identity, and let your jaw soften again. If the mind picks up, begin again without scolding. Beginning again is one of the gentlest forms of strength. Repair fits here too. If a wind knocked you and you knock someone else, make the small bridge. That gust hit me and I hit you.
I'm sorry.
I'm learning to stand steadier. Speak it in the low tone your body can live with. Then perform one kind action that matches your words. Equanimity is lived, not proclaimed. Because this is a long friendship we're building with your life, let's plant one ritual for the week called the 8 Winds Walk. Take a slow 10-minute walk, hallway, street, yard. With each minute, name one wind and remember one time you met it without being flung. You have already done this many times without a name for it. You received praise and didn't become a balloon. You endured blame and didn't become a stone. You held loss and still made tea. You enjoyed pleasure and still washed the bowl. Let the walk make this competence visible to you. Before we close, sit at the small table of your breath and invite joy to pull up a chair. Not a spectacle, as a quiet friend. Remember one thing from today that felt like a hand on your shoulder. Let it glow the size of a coin in your chest. Don't make it bigger. Don't make it smaller. Let it glow. Whisper. Stay as long as you like. Joy doesn't stay forever. Neither does any wind. That's the gift and the relief. Place one hand over your heart and one over your belly. Inhale for a count that feels kind. Exhale for a count just one beat longer. Whisper to yourself, even now, I can be steady. If tears come, let them slide like rain down a window. Rain is weather. Weather moves on. If sleep comes, let it. If you stay awake, you're not failing. You are practicing the rare art of being a human who doesn't hand their whole weight to every gust. May you befriend the weather of your life. May you harvest data from praise without becoming helium. May you carry useful truth from blame without swallowing poison. May you celebrate gains and grieve losses without losing your feet. May your speech become a soft rope that pulls you and others to shore. May you act with care, release with trust, and rest with a body that believes you. May your nights be rooms where winds are allowed to pass through while you lie heavy and safe, a rock under a changing sky. For now, let the shoulders drop their last bit. Let the breath lengthen on its own. Let the room be only a room and the night be only night. You are here. Weather is weather. Steadiness is in your hands and feet and the way you let the next exhale end all the way. I'm here with you. The wind can do what wine does. We will do what we do, feel, choose, and rest. Let yourself arrive like a tide that doesn't need to rush. Feel the support beneath you receiving your weight with no conditions. Let your jaw unhook a notch. Give your shoulders permission to fall by the smallest amount. Notice one sound in the near field and one sound far away. Breathe in as if you're smelling something warm. Breathe out as if you're fogging a cool window. We will keep walking at the speed of kindness. Tonight we'll turn toward a skill that quietly transforms busy modern lives. Wise speaking and listening. So much of our suffering hides in the spaces between words. What we say when we're tight. What we hear when we're tired. The tone that slides out when we feel unseen. The silence we choose when voice would have helped. The teachings speak of right speech. We'll translate that into secular, everyday moves you can use in kitchens, inboxes, hallways, and group chats. This is not about becoming perfect. It's about talking and listening in a way that reduces unnecessary pain and multiplies clarity and care. Begin with your own mouth. Feel your lips, teeth, tongue. Notice how often your jaw tries to decide before your heart has spoken. Try a simple ritual before words. Breathe once and let the exhale finish all the way. That is your not yet. In that half second, you can choose a tone that your nervous system can live with later. We're not postponing honesty. We're preparing it. There is an old scene in the texts where a prince asks the Buddha how he decides what to say. The reply, translated to our time: speak what is true and helpful with a tone that doesn't poison the room, at a time the other person can actually receive it. All four matter. Truth without care can bruise. Care without truth can confuse. Wisdom without timing can miss. Timing without wisdom can flatter and fail. We will not get this perfect, and we do not need to. One notch kinder, one notch clearer, one notch wiser. That's enough to change a household. Try this pairing to steady your voice. Kindness in body, clarity in words. Let your body soften. Shoulders down, jaw easy, breath unhurried, while your sentences get simpler. I care about this, and I need 10 minutes. I want to understand. I felt tense when you said that. I can help with this piece, not the whole thing. The body says, safe enough. The words say, specific enough. Your nervous system and theirs both relax. An everyday scene. A text pings with a confusing tone. Your mind writes a whole novel in 3 seconds. They're angry, you failed, something is wrong. The old habit is to fire back, defend, or go silent and simmer. Try the doorway pause, feet, hands, breath. Then ask a question that invites data, not drama. Can you tell me more about what you need? Or when you said, urgent, do you mean today or this week? You are not being naive. You're cutting a path through the thicket toward something workable. Listening is speaking's quiet twin. Many of us listen to reply, not to understand. Understanding changes the air. Try the simplest listening practice I know, reflect, then ask. I'm hearing that the timing was hard and you felt alone. Did I get it? Then, what would help now? This takes 30 seconds and softens fight or flight in both bodies. If you're too triggered to do this, honor that truth and request time. I want to hear you. I need 20 minutes to settle. Boundaries spoken in a calm tone are bridges, not walls. The mouth likes to carry the weight the heart doesn't want to feel. That's why sarcasm arrives when grief hides, why lectures arrive when fear stalks, why silence arrives when shame knocks. Practice naming your weather before you speak. I'm scared I messed this up. I'm embarrassed and I want to repair. I feel defensive. I'm still here. One true sentence reduces the static. The other person may not respond with equal grace. That's their weather. You will have honored your own nervous system with accuracy, and that matters for your sleep. Let's build a small blueprint for tricky conversations. Think of it as a 3-room house you can walk through in order: care, clarity, request. Care opens the door. I care about us, or I care about this work, or you matter to me. Clarity sets the table. When X happens, I feel Y, or the expectation wasn't clear. Here's what I understood. Request brings the future into the room. Could we try this next time? Or I need us to pause when voices rise. Or I'd like feedback earlier in smaller pieces. If the other person can't meet you there, you can still end in dignity. I'll step away now and try again later. The house is always available. Micro-practice for emails and chats. One breath, one verb. We used this with the inbox. Here it helps tone. Before you hit send, breathe once and choose your verb on purpose. Inform, ask, appreciate, align, repair, decline. Then read your message and remove any sentence that doesn't serve that verb. If declining is the verb, you don't also need to defend, apologize 10 times, and offer your autobiography. Try, "Thanks for thinking of me. I'm not available for this. Wishing you the best with it." Your future self will thank you for the clean edges. We make a lot of trouble by speaking in complaints instead of requests. A complaint: "No one ever listens to me in these meetings." A request: "In today's meeting, can we each have 2 minutes to finish a thought?" A complaint: "You never help with the morning rush." A request: "On weekdays at 7 a.m., can you be in charge of lunchboxes while I handle shoes?" Requests are vulnerable because they expose need. That's why the nervous system tries to hide behind complaint. You do not have to shame the part that learned to complain. You can thank it for trying to protect you and then speak the braver sentence. Sometimes the bravest sentence is silence. Not the silence that punishes, the silence that listens and saves you from saying what cannot be unsaid. Use a simple line to create that silence without confusion. "I want to choose my words well. Give me a moment." If the other person pushes, repeat it like a mantra. "I want to choose my words well. Give me a moment." This is not evasion. It's care. A small parable points us here. The young monk Rahula was told to reflect before speaking the way one checks a mirror before stepping out. Is it true? Is it helpful? Will it create unnecessary harm? Our modern mirror can be even plainer. Think of your words as arrows or as bomb. Which are you about to loose? If it's an arrow, do you need to aim it? Is there a softer arrow that still lands? The arrow of boundary instead of the arrow of contempt? You can be firm without puncturing the dignity of the person in front of you. That dignity includes you. There is a practical trick that saves days. Name the moment and name your capacity. "I have 15 minutes and I am sincere." Or, "I want to get this right and I need overnight to draft a reply." Or, "I'm on your side and I'm too flooded to speak well. Can we try again at 8? These sentences reduce the guessing game that burns energy in relationships. Guessing is exhausting. Clarity is a form of love. When conflict escalates, your body's alarms go off. Use animal wisdom. Lower your voice. Slow your words. Soften your eyes. Keep your hands visible and still if you can. Stand or sit at an angle instead of head-on, which the body reads as less threatening. Breathe so your exhale is a beat longer than your inhale. You are not performing politeness. You are making it physically safer for 2 nervous systems to stay in the same room long enough to find a bridge. If safety isn't real, if voices are weaponized or threats are present. Equanimity and compassion join hands with a boundary. You can say, "I'm not available for shouting," and leave. You can block a number. You can refuse a conversation that always ends in harm. Kindness without protection is not kindness. It is exposure. Protecting yourself is not a betrayal of the path. It is part of walking it. Let's translate all this for family life, where patterns are old and the stakes feel high. At the dinner table, a familiar jab appears. You feel heat rise and a speech gather. Try the one true sentence we practiced earlier as a bridge to a request. "That hurt. I want to enjoy being together. Can we skip jabs tonight?" If that fails, remove yourself for 5 minutes without slamming a door. Drink water. Feel your feet. Decide whether re-entry is wise tonight. Repair later when bodies are cooler. For parenting, wise speech begins in your body. Children borrow our nervous systems. Kneel to their level, breathe once, and speak in short, honest lines. It's loud. "I'm getting tight. Shoes now or in 2 minutes." Choices with boundaries protect dignity on both sides. If you lose your temper, and sometimes you will, repair in one sentence they can understand. "I spoke too sharply. I'm sorry. You matter more than my tone." You are not aiming for a museum of perfect moments. You're teaching a living skill. Humans mess up and make a bridge. Workplaces are their own monasteries, complete with bells and rituals. In meetings, use your breath as the bell. Before you speak on a tense topic, drop your shoulders. Start with the shared goal. We both want this launch to land well. Then deliver the data, not the story. We're missing 2 approvals. Then make a concrete request. Can we align on owners by 2 p.m.? If someone throws heat, don't match their Celsius. Name the process. We're talking in circles. Here's what I suggest. That sentence changes more rooms than you'd think. Digital spaces amplify wins. Remember your body when you type. Jaw soft, shoulders down, breath even. Read your message aloud and listen for contempt. Contempt sounds like an eye roll wearing words. Remove it. Replace it with a boundary or a question. If you wouldn't say it to their face with both of your bodies in a room you have to share again, don't say it to a screen. Your nervous system will thank you at 2 a.m. Let's give you a 2-minute repair ritual you can keep in your pocket. First, settle your body, hands, feet, breath. Second, own your part with specificity. I interrupted you twice. Third, name your care. You matter to me. Fourth, offer a next time. Next time I'll ask, may I jump in? Before I do. Fifth, if appropriate, ask, is there anything simple I can do now to help? Then stop talking. Let your repair breathe. If the other person needs time, honor it. Repair is a gift. Do not force it to be received on your schedule. Sometimes the person you need to speak to is your future self. Wise speech can be a note on your nightstand that says, drink water before email, or begin soft, or only the next right small step. It can be a calendar entry that reads, kind deletion, to remind you to remove one thing from an overloaded day. Words that guide action are a form of care. Your future nerves will be grateful. A brief story to hold as you practice. A student asked a teacher how to keep from causing harm with words. The teacher held up a feather pillow and tore it open over a hilltop. Feathers flew in every direction. Now, the teacher said, gather them back. The student laughed at the impossibility. The teacher smiled without cruelty. Exactly. We will lose feathers sometimes. When we do, we can repair where we can, learn the shape of the wind, and hold our pillow a little closer next time. This is not shame, it is stewardship. There's a place where wise speech meets identity. The voice you use with yourself. We practiced self-talk upgrades. Let's bring them into the mouth. When you catch yourself muttering idiot under your breath, pause. Place your tongue on the floor of your mouth. Lower your shoulders and say out loud, begin again. If you want, add, I'm learning. Your body hears your voice differently than it hears thoughts. Use that difference for good, because conversation is made of bodies and breaths. Let's rehearse with our bodies now. Sit or lie as you are. Let your shoulder blades slide down by a bead. Touch your lips together gently and feel the softness there. Place one hand over your sternum and one over your belly. Inhale kindness. Exhale length. Whisper, I can speak clearly and kindly. Pause. Whisper, I can listen beyond my first reaction. Pause. Whisper, I can repair. Feel where those sentences land. If they land nowhere, that's okay. Sometimes the body needs to hear them a few times before it answers. We'll close this part with a small evening ritual to wash the day's words. If you like, imagine the sink or a basin. Wash your hands slowly, feeling the water's temperature as information. As the water runs, name 3 exchanges you want to bless, moments you spoke or listened well, even a little. Name 1 you want to repair and make a small plan. Name 1 you're releasing for the night because the night is better at holding it than you are. Dry your hands with care. Your nervous system understands this language. It will carry you to bed more gently when it knows the words of the day have been honored, tended, and, where needed, set down. Place a hand over your heart and one on your belly now. Breathe in for a count that feels kind. Breathe out 1 beat longer. If sleep wants you, let it. If wakefulness lingers, let your breath be the friend who says, "We don't have to decide everything tonight. Words can rest. Ears can rest." Tomorrow will bring new rooms and new chances to speak and listen in ways that reduce harm and increase the warmth that makes life livable. May your mouth be a doorway for truth that doesn't wound. May your ears be bowls that hold without spilling. May your timing be humane. May your questions be bridges. May your boundaries be steady and kind. May your repairs be simple and soon. And may the rooms you move through, kitchen, hallway, screen, meeting, bedroom, feel a little more breathable because you chose one breath before you spoke and one breath after you listened. Rest now. The night knows how to carry even the words you wish you could take back. You can begin again with the quietest sentence in the world. I'm here. Let it slip into the dark, and let the dark answer, I know. Then sleep, or keep me close as your body unwinds. Either way, you have practiced something tonight that will change the shape of your hours. That is enough. Welcome back, dear friend. Let the body arrive first, like a traveler setting down a bag at the door. Feel the place beneath you agree to hold what you no longer have to hold with muscles. Let your jaw unhook a notch. Smooth the forehead with a thought that says, no performance needed. Find one sound that asks nothing of you. Breathe in as if you're smelling something warm. Breathe out as if you're letting mist leave a window. We'll keep moving at the speed of kindness. Tonight we'll practice transforming reactivity into response. Not by force, not by becoming robotic, by learning the quiet art of lengthening the space between the spark and what follows. Every human gets triggered. A word, a tone, a delay, a look, a ping, a memory. The body heats. The mind reaches for old weapons. Reactivity is not a character flaw. It's a fast protection script. You didn't write most of it. It was installed by experience. Our work is to add a new page to the script, one that keeps your dignity and your relationships intact. Begin with the truth that triggers our body first. Before the story forms, your animal self flashes signals. Tight jaw, lifted shoulders, tunnel vision, clenched hands, breath up high. Meet body with body. When you feel the first flare, try a 3-move reset I'll call soft eyes, open hands, longer exhale. Let the eyes widen by a hair, as if you want to see more of the room. Uncurl the fingers just a little and feel the air on the palms. Then send the next breath out 1 beat longer than it came in. These are ancestral codes. They tell your nervous system, safe enough to choose. A small scene to practice in a message pings. We need to talk. No smile, no context. Your chest squeezes. Your mind sprints toward catastrophe. Soft eyes, open hands, longer exhale. Then add 1 sentence inside. Whether, not identity. Ask a clarifying question instead of composing your defense. I'm here. Can you share a bit more so I can prepare? The point isn't elegance. The point is not giving your piece to the ping. Another scene. A child spills milk after you ask them twice to slow down. Heat rises. A speech gathers. Soft eyes, open hands, longer exhale. Kneel. 1 sentence of truth, 1 next step. Big splash. It's okay. Towels are under the sink. Help me. You can discuss care and pace later. Now, you are teaching that mistakes become repair in rooms where bodies can stay. Behind most triggers sits the old trio we've met. Wanting, pushing away, confusion, dressed in everyday clothes. Wanting says, I need this to go my way right now. Pushing away says, Not this, never this. Confusion says, I don't know what to do, so I'll speed up. The counter moves help even here. Release one small insistence. Accept one small fact. See one small next step. Sounds simple. The nervous system loves simple. Let's name the 3 stages of a trigger in plain words. Hook, heat, habit. The hook is the thing that grabs you. A tone, a delay, a face, a phrase. The heat is the body's flare. Tight throat, quick breath, hot cheeks. The habit is the next automatic move. Defend, attack, disappear, please, perform, fix, scroll, sugar, shop. Tonight we practice interrupting between heat and habit, where freedom lives. Try it with a recent memory, nothing too large. See the moment you were hooked. Name it neutrally. Late reply, raised eyebrow, ignored request. Feel the heat as sensation, not story. Chest tight, jaw locked, breath short. Now, instead of running the habit, place one hand on your sternum and one on your belly. Soften your eyes. Open your hands. Lengthen your exhale. Ask, what would help by 5%? 5% is humane. It might be a glass of water, a doorframe pause, a clear question, a boundary, a 2-minute walk. Practiced often, 5% shifts accumulate into a different life. A short parable for muscle memory. In a forest path frequented by tigers, villagers tied a bell to a branch. The wind rang it all day. At first, travelers jumped at the sound, thinking a tiger moved. Over time, their bodies learned, bell is wind. One day a tiger actually came. The bell rang differently, low, heavy, irregular, and the villagers noticed. They ran. Practice works like that. You soften to ordinary bells so you can respond to real tigers. We're not trying to make you indifferent. We're teaching your body the difference between wind and paw. If you like a phrase to carry, try this one when heat rises. Slow is safe. Whisper it once. Slow your inhale by a hair. Let your exhale finish all the way. Slowness is not weakness. It is accuracy. Snapping is fast. Regret is long. Reactivity often borrows the voice of a younger you who once needed armor. When you feel a familiar surge, you can speak to that younger part without making a scene. Inside say, I see you. Offer a job upgrade. Instead of shouting for me, put your hand on my shoulder. I'll take it from here. It sounds whimsical. It is practical. The body loves signals. Give your shoulder a quick squeeze to seal the deal. You're not silencing the protector. You're promoting them to a calmer role. Because this is a body practice, let's add a simple map of states in plain language. Sometimes you're revved, ready to run, fight, fix, perform. Sometimes you're dim, foggy, slow, withdrawn. Sometimes you're settled, present enough to choose. None of these are moral verdicts. They're weather. Your job is not to shame the state you're in. It's to nudge towards settled when it's safe to do so. Revved moves need downshifts. Long exhale, lower voice, eyes wide, shoulders down, cool water. Dim moves need upshifts. Sunlight, a brisk rub of hands, a splash of water, standing up, naming 5 things in the room. Settled can hold a conversation, an apology, a boundary, a pause. Workplaces are laboratories for triggers. Comment erases your effort. A meeting reroutes without you. Old storylines wake up. When you can change posture before words. Sit back an inch. Drop shoulders by a bead. Place both feet flat. Then use plain sentences that carry dignity. I want to align. Help me understand the shift. Here's what I'm carrying. What matters most now? If you need to protect your time, pick a line you can repeat calmly. I can't take that on. What should give? Repetition is not rudeness. It is clarity for nervous systems that are rushing. Social spaces are trigger-rich because they compress humans into tiny rectangles. Before you open a thread that often sets you off, touch your phone with 2 hands and ask, "Why am I going in?" Choose a container, 2 songs, the steeping of tea. When you feel the first heat, set the device down and touch something real, mug, sleeve, doorknob, wall. Return with your body online or don't return at all. Unplugging is not losing, it's choosing your climate. Family brings the old bells. A sigh that used to mean disappointment still rings like that. Even if today it only means tired. When a loved one rings an old bell, try naming the present out loud. I'm reading your sigh as disappointment. Are you just tired? If they say tired, let your shoulders drop on purpose so your body learns new associations. Your nervous system is plastic. It can learn. Sometimes the safest response is to leave. If a room becomes unsafe, voices sharpen into blades, bodies crowd your edges, you are allowed to walk away without giving a speech. I'm not available for this. And out. Safety isn't a luxury item for perfect lives. It is the ground of wise action. You can protect it and still be kind. Let's weave a small ritual you can do in less than a minute when you feel hooked. I'll call it mark, melt, move. Mark. Name the hook and the heat. Critique email. Chest tight. Melt. Soften one thing, jaw, hands, eyes, breath. Move one next right small step. Clarifying question, glass of water, rewrite a line, schedule a talk, step outside, put phone face down. Mark gives accuracy. Melt gives safety. Move gives you back your hands. A modern translation of a classic teaching might help here. People once said, pain is the first arrow. The mind story is the second. In triggers, the first arrow is the thing itself, the spill, the delay, the tone. The second arrow is your identity getting involved. I'm disrespected. I'm failing. This always happens to me. No one cares. We're not shaming the second arrow. We're disarming it by speaking more precisely. A delay happened. I care about responsiveness. I'll ask for a time. Precision cools heat. Try an experiment the next time a sharp comment lands. Before you argue or apologize, say, I want to make sure I understand. The main point is X. If they say yes, you've reduced noise. If they say no, you've saved a fight built on a misunderstanding. Either way, your body thanks you later. We can also prepare for common triggers the way you lay out clothes for mourning. Make a tiny plan for the doorway that snags you most. The commute, bedtime with a tired child, a recurring meeting, checking the shared budget, a certain thread. Decide one body move and one sentence you'll use there. Commute. Hands soft on wheel. Delayed, not ruined. Bedtime, kneel, soft eyes. We're both tired. 2 choices. Meeting, shoulders down. We're talking in circles. Suggesting this next step. Budget, feet flat. Numbers are data. Breath is kind. Thread, 2 hands on phone. Connect, then stop. Tiny plans are bridges you can find when the river rises. A small story from the old path goes like this in our language. Mara, the personification of fear and agitation, visits the Buddha even after awakening. Sometimes he arrives with thunder, sometimes whispering. The Buddha doesn't pretend not to notice. He says, I see you. He invites Mara for tea, but he doesn't give him the house keys. That's our practice too. When fear arrives, we say, I see you. We can sit it down and pour tea, breath, hands, feet, without letting it run the meeting. Some triggers are deeper because they guard old pain. Approach these with respect and pacing. If, when you touch a certain memory, your body revs or dims beyond what you can regulate with breath and hands, step back. Choose a safer anchor. The soles of your feet, the contact with the chair, a sound in the room. You are not avoiding, you are titrating, meeting a small dose your system can digest. If the pain is large and persistent, compassionate support from a skilled, trauma-informed professional can add steadiness to this work. You are not alone, and you don't have to do hard things without help. Anger deserves a special note. Anger is a message. Something you value feels crossed. You can listen without letting anger drive the car. First, let the body burn safely. Press your palms together. Breathe 3 long breaths. Do 10 slow squats. Exhale with sound. Walk the block. Then translate the message into a boundary or a request. I felt dismissed. I need to be heard. Deadlines moved. Let's align before noon. I care about this space. I won't participate in shouting. Anger without translation becomes damage. Translation turns heat into light. Shame tries to hijack triggers and turn every small flare into a verdict. Shame whispers, "You're the only one like this," or "You should be over this by now." Answer shame with species truth. I'm a human like other humans. Then ask one practical question. What would help by 5%? Shame hates practicality. It dissolves in the presence of a glass of water, a boundary, a breath, a sentence of repair. Let's practice a guided reframe now, gentle and brief. Bring to mind a small flare from today. See it like a short clip with the sound low. Name the hook, 1 or 2 words. Feel the heat. Where does it live? Place one hand where it lives. Place the other on your belly. Inhale kindness. Exhale length. Whisper inwardly, I can choose slowly. Now imagine pausing the clip right before your usual habit. Insert one small move. Soft eyes, open hands, longer exhale. Then imagine one sentence you could speak that is truer and smaller than the speech you usually give. Hear yourself say it in a tone you can sleep with. Let the clip end with you still inside your dignity. Bow to yourself, if only in your mind. If sleep is close, let this be the last thing you do. If you're awake, we'll round out the practice with a few everyday doorways where you can rehearse without waiting for a crisis. At the sink, as water runs, whisper, slow is safe. Walking from room to room, let your hands release and feel the soft air on your palms. At a red light, widen your gaze by an inch. Before you hit send, exhale fully once. Before you answer a question, let your jaw loosen. After a hard moment, find a patch of wall and lean your back against it for 20 seconds. These are small, repeatable moves that change the texture of hours. I want to bless your triggers, not because they're pleasant, but because they are honest arrows pointing to what matters: dignity, care, belonging, rest, clarity, safety, love. You are not training yourself out of being human. You are training yourself into being a human who can feel the first heat and still act from the part of you that remembers who you are. Lay a hand on your heart and one on your belly now. Inhale for a count that feels kind. Exhale for one beat longer. If a bell rings in your mind, an old story, a new worry, let the first ring pass before you decide. Wind rings bells. Tigers walk differently. Your body will learn the difference with practice. You do not have to get it right tonight. You only have to keep walking the small bridge between spark and choice with the gentleness we are cultivating here. May your eyes stay soft enough to see more than the trigger. May your hands stay open enough to receive a better option. May your exhale keep finishing, even when the day tries to rush it. May your old protectors find new jobs at the door. May your rooms become safer because your body knows what to do when heat rises. May your sleep be invited by the simple truth that you can start again in the morning, with one breath, one touch, one kinder sentence. Rest, dear friend, or keep me close as a quiet lamp while you drift. Either way, the script is already changing word by word, breath by breath, in the spaces where only you can hear it. That is enough. Arrive the way a leaf lands, no hurry, just gravity and permission. Feel the surface beneath you receive your weight. Let the jaw unhook one gentle notch. Smooth the space between your eyebrows with a thought that says, nothing to perform. Find one sound that asks nothing of you and let it be your small lighthouse. Breathe in like steam rising. Breathe out like a window fogging and clearing. We will walk slowly tonight, not to make time pass, but to feel it soften. Tonight we explore identity and attachment. How I, me, mine can get tight and how loosening our grip can return us to ease without losing what we love. In ordinary life, identity is practical. It helps you answer, who are you? At a party, what do you do? At work, how do you show up? In a family. The trouble starts when a helpful name tag becomes a tattoo. When I'm reliable turns into I must never drop anything. When I'm the strong one becomes I must not need anything. When I'm anxious quietly edits the day to match. The path here is not erasing you. It is learning to wear your names like soft shirts instead of armor. Let's begin with a micro practice you can keep in your pocket. Swap I am for I notice. I am overwhelmed becomes I notice overwhelm. I am failing becomes I notice fear of failing. I am the fixer becomes I notice the impulse to fix. This tiny grammar shift moves experience 1 inch out from your ribs so you can see it without being it. Creates a little balcony where breath can lean and watch the street below. From the balcony, choice becomes visible. Try it now with something mild. Name it the old way, I am tired, and feel how tight that can make the chest. Now name it the new way, I notice tiredness, and see if a sliver of space appears. In that space you might find an option. A glass of water, a 5-minute sit, an earlier bedtime, a kinder sentence to yourself. The tiredness is still true. You are no longer trapped in it as a definition. Identity clings because it promises safety and belonging. Many of our roles bought us love or protection once. They deserve respect. It helps to thank them before you loosen them. Place a hand on your chest and whisper, thank you, fixer, or thank you, achiever, or thank you, quiet one. Then add, rest for a while. Imagine hanging that role on a chair. You can put it on again when it fits. Right now, bare arms. An everyday scene. The calendar is a quilt of obligations and you are the thread. The story says, if I stop holding everything, it will all fall. Pause at a doorway and feel your 4 corners. Palms and soles. Whisper, let one thing be heavier than me. Choose one obligation and set it down for today. Send a single honest line. I need to move this to Thursday. Not a monologue, not a defense. A sentence that lets breath return. You did not resign from your life. You removed 1 ounce from your grip so your hands can feel like hands again. Another scene. Someone praises you as the dependable one, and you feel both warmed and pinned. Praise can be a sticky identity. Enjoy the warmth, then harvest data. Dependability helps here. Finally, widen the label by adding a single word. Sometimes. I am dependable sometimes. Let sometimes be your seam ripper. Through that seam, range returns. Sometimes I ask for help. Sometimes I am the one who receives. Sometimes I am new at this. Humility isn't self-erasure. It's accuracy that makes room for change. We can make identity lighter in family rooms too. Perhaps you are the calm parent, or the fun aunt, or the peacemaker sibling. These are lovely until they make you lie about your current weather. Try a small renegotiation the next time you feel miscast. In a low tone, I'm usually the calm one. Tonight I'm tired and need 10 minutes. Or I'm usually the fun one. Tonight I'm quiet and want to just sit near you. Most people don't need you to be one thing. They need accuracy and kindness. Your nervous system needs it too. Let's bring in a gentle story, often told in different ways, which I'll retell in hours. A teacher points at the moon and says, "Look." The student stares at the pointing finger and writes essays about the finger. The finger was not wrong. It was helpful. But mistaking the pointer for the moon, the label for the life, is how we live outside our own window. The practices and names that guide you, parent, nurse, engineer, artist, caregiver, leader, learner, are fingers. Beautiful, necessary, temporary. The moon is the living moment you're in: breath, sound, warmth. This cup, this pair of eyes across the table. When labels get tight, look up. Find the moon. There's another old story. Bahia, a wanderer starving for certainty, meets the Buddha and asks for the shortest path. The instruction in plain language: in the seen, just the seen. In the heard, just the heard. In the sensed, just the sensed. In the known, just the known. No extra self piled on.
No narrative crown.
When you wash the cup, feel the cup. When you listen, listen. When you rest, rest. This doesn't erase you. It frees you from performing you while you're trying to live you. We can practice this while folding laundry. Feel the fabric's temperature, the exact weight of a towel, the small snap of a shirt catching air. Let it be just that, for 3 breaths. If identity chimes in, I am the one who always does this. Bow to the voice and return to in the folded, just the folded. You may still ask for help later. Right now, you are giving your nervous system a break from the narrator. Attachment hides in shoulds. I should always be available. I should answer immediately. I should never need reminders. I should always be cheerful. When a should arrives, touch the doorframe and ask, whose voice? Often you'll hear a remix of culture, a parent, a past boss, a younger you who survived by predicting reactions. Thank the voice for its efforts. Replace should with could and then choose. I could answer now or in an hour. I could be cheerful or quiet. I could be available or I could rest. Choice melts the shackle of should. There's a physical ritual for loosening attachment that I love for its plainness. I call it set it down. Find a small object, a smooth stone, a folded paper, a coin. Hold it when your mind grips a worry or a role. Name quietly what you're holding: deadline, reputation, the plan, their opinion, the image of me. Feel the weight in your palm. Then set it on a shelf or a windowsill and walk to another room. Take 3 slow breaths. Touch the back of a chair, a wall, a mug. When you return, decide if you pick the object up again or not yet. You are training the muscle that chooses when to hold and when to let rest. Identity also lives in objects and spaces. Open one drawer this week and practice kind deletion. Remove a single item that teaches your nervous system less can be enough. Let the empty space be medicine. The day is full of claims on you. A drawer that breathes reminds your body that some claims can be released. This is not minimalism for show. It's a physical vote for unclenching. Because identity often fuses with time. At this age, I should have. Use a phrase we practiced. Different clocks. Whisper it when comparison tightens your chest. They're on their clock. I'm on mine. Then ask, what is mine to do today? Not in a decade. Not according to a checklist drawn by a stranger's weather. Today. One call. One page. One kindness. You are not late to your life when you're in it. Let's look at how craving, aversion, and confusion shape identity. Craving says, If I become this version of me, more admired, more productive, then I can rest. Aversion says, if I push away the parts of me that embarrass me, I'll be worthy. Confusion says, I don't know who I am unless I'm performing a role someone clapped for. The antidotes help. Release says, I can let go of perfection for now. Acceptance says, these parts are here. I can include them and guide them. Clear seeing says, right now I'm a person breathing, listening, doing the next kind thing. That is enough identity to pick the next step. An everyday scene at work, you are known as the closer. The project is behind. The part of you that loves applause wants to sprint, skip lunch, and wear the cape. Pause. Hands and feet. Whisper. Inputs with care. Outcomes with ease. Choose good enough passes. Schedule a second look. Ask for help where help will actually help. You are still the closer sometimes. Tonight you are a mammal who eats. At home, you are the patient one. Bedtime is frayed rope. The persona wants to keep the mask on past capacity. Pause. Kneel.
I'm tired.
I love you. Two choices. Pajamas first or teeth first. The patience breaks. Repair simply. I spoke sharply.
I'm sorry.
You matter more than my tone. Your dignity does not depend on a perfect mask. It depends on honest repair. We can rehearse letting go of tight names with a playful practice called name tag basket. Keep a small bowl on a shelf. In the evening, write 3 name tags you wore today: helper, leader, messy one, funny one, responsible one, anxious one. Place them in the bowl. Touch the rim and say, thank you for your service. Then place your hand on your chest and whisper, sleeper. Sleep is not an identity. It's a right of being animal. If a tag tries to climb back on at 2 a.m., smile and point to the bowl. Not tonight. Let's add a language upgrade that kindles humility without shrinking you. From nouns to verbs. Instead of, I am a failure, try, I failed at this one thing today. Not to excuse, to be precise. Instead of, I am brilliant, try, I did good work today. Precision keeps you from building a throne or a dungeon out of a moment. Moments don't make thrones or dungeons. Stories do. You are allowed to tell truer stories. A short modern parable. A woman carried a backpack everywhere. Inside, her old awards, a few old insults, a job title, an ancient report card, a handful of comments from strangers, 3 hobbies, 2 fears, and a photograph of who she once promised to be. The bag was heavy. One day she met a neighbor with a lighter step. How do you walk so easily? She asked. The neighbor pointed to a small pocket at the woman's hip. That one. It's always empty. What is it for? Today, the neighbor said. The woman began leaving one thing from the backpack at home each morning and putting a single living thing in the pocket. The smell of toast, her child's smile, the feel of wind, a sentence she liked, her own pulse under her thumb. The backpack was still there sometimes. But she learned to let today ride at her hip, changed her walk. When identity loosens, boundary becomes simpler. Without the performance of the generous one or the tireless one, you can say, I'm not available for this, and keep your warmth. The no becomes a clear sentence instead of a novel. The person hearing you doesn't have to decode your performance. They can hear your truth. This is a gift to both of you. Because this is a body journey, let's pair identity release with posture. Sit or lie where you are. Let your shoulder blades slide down by a bead. Let your tongue rest on the floor of your mouth. Widen your soft gaze even with eyes closed, as if the room could breathe through you. Place one hand over your sternum, one over your belly. Whisper 3 sentences and feel where each lands. I can be more than one thing. I can let old names rest. I am a verb. If nothing moves, that's okay. Seeds sprout in darkness long before the leaf appears. Let's design a tiny, putting down ritual for the moments you notice grasping. It has 3 moves. Recognize, gripping the plan, gripping their opinion, gripping my image. Allow, of course, it mattered to me. Release, 1 exhale, 1 physical gesture. Open your hands, shake them once, place them down. Then choose 1 grounded act. Drink water, feel your feet, step outside, write 1 honest sentence. Release is easier as a verb than as an idea. Identity gets sticky around grief, who you were before the loss, who you are after. Be tender here. The point is not to bounce. It is to let room exist for both truths. You can be the one who laughs and the one who aches. You can be the one who works and the one who rests. You can be okay for an hour and not okay the next. Let your name tonight be changing. Changing is not instability. It's honesty. Grief respects honesty and punishes pretending. When you move through social spaces, notice the pull to curate a self that is all highlight and no kitchen. If it feels right, share 1 ordinary thing. A sink of dishes, a walk in ugly weather, a page of messy notes. Not as performance of authenticity, but as permission for a life that doesn't require constant display. Your nervous system does not thrive on display. It thrives on belonging. Belonging is a room you build by being real at a pace you can live with. There is a practice from the old path I love in its plainness. This is not mine. This is not me. This is not myself. In our language, this thought is here. I don't have to wear it. This feeling is present. I can hold it without becoming it. This story is loud. I can check if it's true. Try it with a harmless passing thought as rehearsal. I'll never catch up. Say softly, a thought, not a fact. Then choose the next kind step anyway. The thought may follow you like a bored dog. Let it. Dogs tire. Steps add up. Because identity usually recruits time for its defense. If I don't keep proving I am X, I'll lose my place. Practice the friendly sentence. Just this timing. Say it when the morning is slower than you planned, when traffic humbles you, when a friend replies late, when your energy dips. Just this timing loosens the fist around the clock. In the loosened hand, you can hold the hour you actually have. Before we close, we'll do a brief guided practice to meet identity, loosen it, and rest. Close or soften your eyes. Feel the weight of your head. Let the neck lengthen as if a thread were lifting you by 1 grain. Notice your shoulders dropping by a bead. Sense the breath behind your collarbones, then down in the back ribs, then low in the belly. Picture yourself wearing a jacket with your favorite name stitched on the back. Maybe the reliable one, the strong one, the kind one, the survivor. Smile at the jacket. Kept you warm. Now picture a small seam opening. Air moves across your skin. Slide 1 arm out, then the other. Fold the jacket and lay it over a chair. Place your hand on your chest and whisper, "Thank you." Rest. Sit for 3 breaths in bare-armed you. On the 3rd breath, let the exhale lengthen and whisper, "I am a verb." Feel the body reply even if the reply is quiet. If sleep is near, let your name be sleeper and your practice be allowing gravity. If you're awake, keep me company while we bless the roles that served and the ones still learning. Bless the parent who asked for 10 minutes. Bless the worker who said, "What should give?" Bless the friend who told the truth kindly. Bless the quiet one who spoke once. Bless the funny one who rested. Bless the anxious one who tried softer. Bless you for noticing. Noticing changes the script by degrees until the day feels like it fits again. May your names be garments you can take off and put on. May your roles be tools, not cages. May your worth be unhitched from labels that were never built to carry it. May comparison dissolve into different clocks. May your moon time outlast your finger time. May you walk lighter because today lives in the small pocket at your hip. And may your night meet you without requiring you to be anything but a breathing animal who is allowed to sleep. Place one hand over your heart and one over your belly. Inhale for a count that feels kind. Exhale for one beat longer. Whisper, more than one thing.
Whisper, bare armed.
Whisper, aloud. Let your jaw unhook again. Let the room be a room and the dark be the dark. You are here and here is enough. Arrive like a small boat touching a quiet dock. Feel the surface beneath you receive your weight without negotiation. Let the breath wander a little farther down and a little slower out. Unhook the jaw by a notch. Notice one sound nearby and one sound far away, and the soft space between them where your attention can rest. There's nothing to win here, only a life to inhabit gently. Tonight we practice wise effort and gentle design. How to build a life that carries you toward ease without demanding heroics from a tired nervous system. You already know that forcing yourself works for a minute and then costs you triple later. Wise effort is different. It's the art of arranging your day so kindness becomes the default. Presence has handles, and peace arrives through repeatable moves rather than through rare moods. Begin with a felt sense of enough. Place a hand on your chest and one on your belly. Whisper, I will try softer. Feel the body's small yes. Softer doesn't mean smaller dreams. It means frictionless starts. We'll design tiny rails for the places you drift and soft ramps for the places you rush past. Let's make your day into a little monastery you can carry. Not rules, rhythms. In monasteries, bells ring to recall attention from wherever it strayed. Your bells can be everyday objects. Choose 3, the faucet, the door frame, the steering wheel. Each time you touch one, breathe once and ask, what is the next kind thing? That one question keeps your hours stitched together even when conditions are messy. Design a morning that tunes rather than tests you. Before the first scroll or headline, sit at the edge of the bed and feel your feet without moving them.
Whisper, I'm alive.
Ask the body, fuel, movement, water, or quiet. Give it 90 seconds of whatever it names. Put your phone in another room for those 90 seconds. You're not performing discipline. You're giving dawn a chance to set the tone. In the middle hours, the loud marketplace where inboxes hum and doorbells ring, trade grand systems for small containers. Work in single verbs: reply, draft, review, align, schedule, repair, decline. Pair each verb with a timer you can live with. 7 minutes, 12 minutes, 1 song, the steeping of tea. When the container ends, label the moment complete, even if incomplete things remain. Your nervous system learns that endings exist, which makes it less likely to steal rest from the night. At day's end, make a simple dusk ceremony. A cup reserved for bedtime. A lamp that always dims at the same hour. A shelf for tomorrow, where you set 3 small bundles. A worry, a plan, a repair. Touch them as you place them down. The shelf holds them. The night does work you can't see. You are not abandoning your life. You are trusting its cycles. Wise effort asks for honest calendars. Once a day, practice the phrase, what should give? It belongs at work and at home. When a new request arrives, don't silently absorb it into your tissue. Say, yes, and I can give it 40 minutes. Or, I want to do this well, what should give? If you're talking to yourself, write one thing you will not do today on purpose and label it kind deletion. You are not lazy. You're designing for a human-sized day. Bring your values out of the abstract and into your hands. Choose 3 words you want your day to smell like. Maybe kindness, clarity, courage. Put them where your eyes land in the morning. Let them steer micro-choices. Kindness to body, water before email. Clarity of mind, one breath before speak. Courage in heart, one honest sentence where you usually hedge. Values are not banners to wave. They are levers to pull. A parable for effort that doesn't bruise. A young archer strained every muscle to hit the center. An elder placed a bowl of water on the archer's head and said, "Walk the garden slowly, do not spill." The archer discovered that when attention spread through the whole body, feet, breath, hands, the arrow released itself from a steady place. The target was still important. The steadiness mattered more. Wise effort is the bowl. You move differently so less spills. Your surroundings can help. Make one physical home base in each room. A chair arm, a windowsill, a corner of the counter. Whenever the day starts to scatter you, go there and do one anchor move. Longer exhale, hands open, eyes softened, one sentence chosen. Only the next step. The body loves reliable landmarks. Upgrade decision-making with a two-step you can repeat anywhere. Window, mirror. Window, name what's true outside without adjectives. 3 emails. 1 meeting in 20 minutes. Body at 60%. Mirror, name what's true inside with kindness. Edgy, hopeful, hungry. Now choose a move sized for your energy and your clock, not for your anxiety. Window mirror decisions waste less heat and create fewer messes to clean later. Because willpower is a poor janitor for digital life, give your devices soft architecture. Before entering an app that tends to borrow your mood, touch your phone with both hands and ask, "Why am I going in?" Set a container, 2 songs, 7 minutes, steeping tea, and choose a time you'll return to the room of your life. When the container ends, place the phone on the counter like a bowl you've washed and whisper, "Complete." The whisper is not magic. It's a cue your nervous system understands. If you share your life with other humans, make a same team pact for hard moments. Choose one phrase you both agree to hear as a bell, not a verdict. Same team, or pause, not punishment. When the gusts come, say it in a low tone, then step apart for 2 minutes. Water, doorframe, return with one true sentence and one request. You are building a muscle together, conflict with dignity. Repair is part of design, not evidence of failure. Use the one-breath bridge.
Inhale, icare.
Exhale, "I'm sorry I..." One specific. Then add, "Next time, I'll..." One specific. Let the repair be small and clean. Your future self will thank you at 2 a.m. There's an old teaching about effort that sings in plain language. Don't tighten the string too much, don't leave it slack. Tune for the song you're trying to play. If your week is full of care work, tune for warmth and pacing. If your week asks for precision, tune for clarity and breaks. The point isn't a universal correct tension. It's a living one. Check your tuning at thresholds. Faucet, doorframe, wheel. Offer your body the elements as allies. When you're flighty, add earth. Feet on floor, back against a wall, a heavier blanket. When you're heavy and dim, add air and light. Look at the furthest thing, open a window, stand taller, rub your palms briskly. When you're brittle and snappish, add water. A glass in 3 slow swallows, a rinse of wrists, a warm cloth across your face. When you're dull, add fire. Sunlight on your eyelids, a candle, a few seconds of vigorous movement. The body listens to elements more readily than it listens to arguments. Money and time are places where effort gets panicked. Meet them with window mirror door. Window, this is the number. These are the dates. Mirror, tightness here, fear here, hope here. Door, One next kind move: send the email, adjust the plan, add 5 coins to a jar labeled Future Brightness. Cancel one subscription. Shame wants a grand turnaround. The day wants one honest action repeated. Because evenings can tumble into restless nights, begin landing the plane earlier than you think. Pick a time that's realistic and call it dim hour. Lights lower, voices lower, screens shrink to text or go away. You don't need a perfect routine. You need predictable quiet. The nervous system loves predictability more than it loves novelty. Novelty can wait until morning. When sleep hides, make a corridor for it. We've closed the gates before. Eyes, ears, mouth, hands, feet. Add one more: the guard. Picture the part of you that polices the night, clipboard out, checking, calculating. Thank the guard. Ask them to sit and hold a candle instead. Then do a slow body prayer from crown to soles. Thank you, head, for thinking. You can set down the clipboard. Thank you, jaw, for speaking. No words do. Thank you, throat, for swallowing feelings and food. Only breath now. Thank you, heart, for beating through every weather. Rest in rhythm. Thank you, belly, for digesting more than meals. Rock gently. Thank you, legs and feet, for carrying me. Sink. These words are not fancy. They're a lullaby your cells understand. A small story for designing from enough. A woman wanted to meditate heroically. Every morning she set an hour and failed, then scolded herself and tried again. An elder suggested, light one stick of incense and sit until it burns halfway. She did, and for the first time in months, she kept sitting, often past halfway, sometimes just to halfway. The point was not the incense. It was the permission to keep a promise that was sized for a human morning. When she missed a day, she didn't scold. She lit a stick the next day, halfway again. Steadiness came. When you plan tomorrow, write 2 lists, 3 musts and 1 mercy. The musts move the day. The mercy keeps you human. Mercy might be go outside for 5 minutes, eat real lunch, text one person I love, read a page that feeds me, lie on the floor, turn the screen gray after 9. If you finish only the mercy, you're still practicing the life you want. The musts will be easier with a human steering. Expect the 3 frictions: wanting, pushing away, confusion, to visit your designs. They will. Meet them with their countermoves. When wanting says, more, then I'll rest, answer, release the extra. When pushing away says, not this task, answer, allow 5 minutes. When confusion says, I can't start, answer, see one next step. These phrases are handles. Use them without ceremony. Bring beauty on purpose. Keep a bright crumbs note where you lay 3 small delights each day. Not for social performance, for your ribcage. Beauty metabolized nightly changes your tolerance for chaos. You stand steadier not because the world calms down, but because your eyes remember where to rest. If you live with grief, design for its pace. Grief asks for soft clothes, warm food, honest people, smaller plans. Make a pocket in each day that says, grief permitted. A bench, a chair, a wall where your spine leans for 20 breaths. Put a small object there, a stone, a flower, a photo. Touch it and say, you can ride with me. Then do one kind thing. This is not fixing. It is walking with. If you live with chronic pain or fatigue, make agreements with your day that don't require disguises. 2 hours on, 20 minutes off. 1 heavy task, 1 light, 1 nourish. Tell the people who need to know. You are not asking permission to be human. You are modeling it. Add a weekly ritual to widen time. 10-minute Sabbath minutes.
Nos screens, no agenda.
Sit by a window or on a stoop or in a chair. Name 5 things you can see that you didn't notice yesterday. Name 5 things you feel grateful for that don't require anyone to be extraordinary. Breath, light, a spoon, fabric, a laugh you half remember. This is how you keep cynicism light and belonging near. Because design happens in rooms, adjust one small thing in each room you spend time in to help the body exhale. Bedroom. Clear the nightstand so it holds only what invites rest. Kitchen. Put the glass where your hand reaches first. Desk. A card with your 3 words: kindness, clarity, courage. Door. A hook for your bag and a place for your shoes so departure and return are quieter. None of these are aesthetic victories. They are nervous system accommodations. A tender reminder for when you fail a plan. Plans are tools, not judges. If a day collapses, you didn't lose your path. You walked it on different terrain. Use 5 words to debrief without drama. Name, normalize, need, next, nourish. Overbooked. Happens. I need rest. Next time, say no sooner. Hot shower, then sleep. A brief guided weave now, to let the body learn the pattern of wise effort. Close or soften your eyes if that feels okay. Feel your seat or back held. Inhale kindly. Exhale a shade longer. Picture tomorrow as 3 rooms. Morning, middle, night. In the morning room, see your feet on the floor. A glass of water, your 3 words. In the middle room, see a doorframe, your hand touching it. What is the next kind thing? In the night room, see your shelf of tomorrow bundles and your lamp dimming. Hear yourself whisper, complete. Now imagine one friction arriving, wanting, pushing away, or confusion. Pair it with its countermove, release, allow, or see. Watch yourself choose one next step that is kinder and smaller than you would have chosen before. Feel how that changes your breathing by 1 notch. Let the picture fade. Keep the breath. There's a story I love about lotus and mud. Lotus roots live in muck. The flower rises not by hating the mud, but by using it. Your busy life, your contradictions, your tender habits, they are not disqualifiers. They are the medium you grow from. Wise effort doesn't bleach the mud. It learns how to be nourished by what is real. As we close, bless the rails you are building. Bless the faucet, the frame, the wheel. Bless your 3 words. Bless the shelf that holds tomorrow. Bless the mercy item on your list. Bless the phone when it's a bridge and when it's face down. Bless the bowl of water on your head as you walk through your day, steady enough that you spill less and still look up to notice the sky. Place 1 hand over your heart and 1 on your belly. Inhale for a count that feels kind. Exhale for 1 beat longer. Whisper, try softer. Whisper, only the next kind thing. Whisper, complete. Let the room be ordinary. Let the night be the night. You are allowed a life designed for a breathing person, not a machine. And you are allowed to rest inside it now. Arrive as if you've stepped onto a quiet porch at dusk. Feel the surface beneath you accept your weight. Let the jaw unhook 1 small notch. The shoulders drop 1 bead on the string of your spine. Notice the air of evening, cooler at the edges, softer in the middle. Find a nearby sound and a far one, and let your attention rest in the wide field between. Inhale like you're savoring the last warmth of daylight. Exhale like a window fogging and clearing. Tonight will shape the evening into a gentle landing, a way to let the day finish without dragging its noise into your bed. Evening is a threshold with its own weather. The world dims and the mind often brightens, turning over conversations, tallying unfinished threads, rehearsing tomorrow in a language of what-ifs. We won't argue with the mind. We'll offer it kinder work and give the body clear signals that say, the sprint is over. If you have a lamp, consider turning it down a notch as we speak. or imagine the lamp lowering by itself. Light teaches the nervous system without words. Begin with what I call the blue hour invitation, whether it lasts 5 minutes or 50. Sit by a window or in a doorway if you can. Let your eyes soften and feel the color of evening settle across your skin. Say hello to 3 ordinary shapes as if you were greeting neighbors: the edge of a chair, the handle of a mug, the outline of a plant. Naming them brings you into contact with the room that will hold your sleep. Then give the mind a small, definite job. Ask it to gather 3 learnings from the day, not as grades but as bread. I learned that pausing before I answered softened the meeting. I learned that water before email changed the tone of my morning. I learned the afternoon asks for a snack sooner than I remembered. When the mind gathers something, it relaxes its hunt. For many of us, devices are a doorway that creaks open just when we want to shut the house. Let's build what we'll call digital dusk. Choose a time, conservative at first, that your screens become quieter citizens. Not banished, simply dimmed. If you can, set them to grayscale. Color is a small wind that keeps flags flapping. Before you close them, say to your palms, not your screen, "Thank you for today." Then set the device down like a bowl you've washed, and place your hand on top for 1 breath as if tucking in a child. The body understands this language. It recognizes that something has ended and something else may begin. I want to bless a simple kitchen ritual because evening lives in the kitchen as much as in the bedroom. Choose 1 small act you perform with presence. Washing a single bowl, wiping a surface slowly, setting a glass by the sink for the night. While you do it, let your shoulders drop, let your eyes soften, and whisper the quiet punctuation we've practiced. Complete. You are not declaring the universe finished. You are teaching your nervous system that cycle's close. Now we'll give your breath a soft path home. Sit or lie comfortably and place 1 hand on your sternum and 1 on your belly. Feel which hand moves more. If the breath is high, thank it for its effort and invite it lower by lengthening the exhale by 1 gentle beat. Let your lips part slightly so the jaw knows speech is closed for the night. For 5 breaths, imagine you're inflating the back of your ribs on the inhale and letting the exhale roll down the spine like a slow river. Each time, add a phrase that suits you. Breathe in kindness, breathe out enough. Breathe in safety, breathe out rest. These phrases are not magic spells. They are instructions in a language the body can use. I'd like to offer a gentle, secular version of an old practice of mindful breathing, sized for a modern room. Count your breath backward from 10 to 1, 1 number per exhale, and tie 1 kind word to each number. 10, soften. 9, release. 8, hear. 7, ease. 6, warm. 5, steady. 4, enough. 3, gentle. 2, safe. 1, rest. If you lose the count, you didn't fail. You discovered that you were human. Start again at 10 with a small smile so your body knows there is no test. Some evenings hold a scratchy restlessness, a sense that your skin doesn't fit. Try a very small stretch sequence that speaks the body's trusted alphabet. Lying down or standing, circle your wrists as if water is falling off your fingertips. Roll the shoulders forward, down, back, up, then reverse, as if you're rinsing sand from under your blades. Let the head nod yes and shake no slowly, a whisper to your neck that choice still exists. Place your hands on your ribs, inhale into your palms, exhale as your shoulders melt. Then imagine a cat stretching and let your spine ripple once. This is not exercise. It's a letter to your nervous system in the script of movement. Dear one, we can stop bracing now. Evenings have their own small repairs. If there's a sentence you wish you hadn't said, or one you wish you had, write a single line you could send tomorrow. Keep it plain. I was short with you earlier.
I'm sorry.
You matter more than my tone. I missed the call. Can we talk at noon? I appreciate your effort today. Put the line somewhere, morning you will see it. Repairs drafted at night save the mind from circling the same pond. It trusts you to cross it in daylight. Here is a quiet scene from the Buddha's life, retold in our language for this hour. People say that on many nights he walked among the sleeping community, stopping at doorways, not to wake anyone but to listen to the air, to the breath of bodies that had softened. Perhaps the story grew in telling. Perhaps it is true only in spirit. Still, I like to picture him pausing, not above but among, remembering that liberation doesn't live apart from ordinary bodies. It lives within them. Let that image bless your own doorway. Before you enter your room, pause and touch the frame. The frame holds your boundary. Whisper something like, "Thank you for keeping the night." Then step through as if you're entering a place that knows how to hold you. We'll give your bed a small ceremony so it becomes an ally, not another desk. Sit on the edge and place your feet on the floor. Feel the weight of your heels, the width of the balls of your feet. Rub your palms together briskly until they warm, then cup them over your eyes without pressing. Darkness made by your hands feels kinder. Lower them and place one over the heart, one over the belly. Say, "Sleeper." Say, aloud. Say, "Tomorrow can find me in the morning." Then lie down like a leaf landing. If your mind is loud as soon as you lie down, do the 5-door drift. Door of sight. Invite the eyes to rest easy behind the lids. Door of sound. Choose one sound to ride, like a train to the next quiet. Door of smell. Notice the faintest scent, the room, the fabric, your own skin. Door of taste. Let the tongue rest and taste plainness. Door of touch. Feel 2 points of contact, the back of your head and your heels, or your shoulder blade and the back of your hand. Slowly let the attention move between these doors until one opens towards sleep. For those who care for others in the evening, a baby's cries, a teenager's midnight return, a parent's medicine, a partner's long day, build micro-rest into your rounds. When you stand in a doorway, let your back lean against the frame for one breath. When you set a glass on a bedside table, let the clink be your bell and exhale longer. After you tuck a blanket, linger with your hand resting for a heartbeat longer than necessary. These small, honest pauses don't steal time. They return it to you in a usable form. If you wake at 3 in the morning, the hour when the mind loves to rehearse futures that never come, try the candle and shelf ritual. Keep a paper and pen nearby. Write 2 words for the one thing that's up: deadline, health, money, repair, child. Place the paper on your night shelf. Put your palm over it and say, "Yes, tomorrow." Then choose a simple pattern. Inhale for 4, exhale for 5, or count backwards from 10. Or place your hand on the belly and feel 10 waves. If sleeplessness persists, befriend it. You are still resting in a body that is horizontal, eyes closed or soft, with the night working on you. Rest counts even when it isn't glamorous sleep, because evening is a time when identity tries to request overtime. Replaying roles, rehearsing performances. Let's practice loosening it at the threshold. Picture 3 name tags you wore today: helper, leader, worrier, organizer, closer, listener, clown, anchor. Peel them off in your mind and place them on a small bowl by the door. Whisper, "Thank you for your service." Place your hand on your chest and say, "Bare-armed." Then cross into your room with the least name possible: human who can lie down. There is a tenderness in gratitude at night that feels different than daytime gratitude. Daytime gratitude can be brisk. Thank you for coffee, for light, for a clean shirt. Night gratitude is slower, smaller, like placing warm stones on a riverbank. Name 3 stones and put them down with a breath. The look from the bus driver. The scent of soap at the sink. The line I wrote that felt true. If grief sits beside you, include it. Grief let me cry for 2 minutes. Gratitude without honesty turns brittle. Gratitude with honesty turns warm. We'll steep a small tea of compassion before sleep. Place your hand over your heart. Say, that was a lot. Say, of course I feel how I feel. Say, may I be gentle with me. Then choose someone whose face moves across your mind and send the same 3 lines. That was a lot. Of course you feel how you feel. May you be gentle with you. If this feels like too much tonight, let the phrases be small, like notes left on a table. You don't have to deliver them. Compassion works even as a whisper. If you share a bed, consider the back-to-back practice for 20 seconds, bodies as commas in the sentence of the day. Breathe and let your spines agree on the fact of gravity. If you sleep alone, slide a pillow against your back and let the pressure signal held. The body listens to weight more readily than to ideas. Some evenings ask for a bath or warm shower, not as performance, as permission. Water carries heat and static away with minimal discussion. If a shower is possible, stand with your eyes closed and listen to the sound widen and narrow as you move. If not, a warm cloth across the face and the back of the neck is a bath-sized kindness. The vagus nerve appreciates warmth and gentle pressure. It translates them into loosening. Now a tiny parable to carry to the pillow. A young student asked a quiet teacher, "How do I stop the mind at night?" The teacher poured a small bowl of rice and said, "Pick up 1 grain and set it down." The student did. "Again," the teacher said, and again. The student grew impatient. "This doesn't stop the mind," the teacher smiled. "It gives the mind a job it can finish. If you like, keep a small bowl by the bed with 3 buttons or pebbles. Move one to the other side of the bowl as you breathe 3 slow breaths. Then another. Then another." The night appreciates tiny completions. Because we have spoken much of the 3 frictions, wanting, pushing away, confusion, let's see how they appear at night and how we can greet them. Wanting says, "Just one more show, scroll, snack, task." Release replies, "Enough for tonight," and places both hands gently on the belly. Pushing away says, "Not this thought, not this feeling." Acceptance replies, "This is here," and softens the jaw. Confusion says, "I don't know how to settle." Clear-seeing replies, "Hands, feet, breath," and follows the breath down and out. Practiced without drama, these moves add up to the climate of sleep. If a memory stings at night, a sharp word you spoke, a face you disappointed, do not shove it under the pillow. It will keep poking. Place it in a small imaginary envelope and address it to morning. For repair, set it on your night shelf in your mind. Promise 1 small action. An apology, a note, a clarity, a boundary. Then speak aloud the sentence that lets you unclench. "I will handle this in daylight." The body believes the voice when it sounds like a trustworthy adult. We can give the room a soft blessing, too. Not mystical, practical. Walk your eyes around the space and silently thank the objects. Bed, thank you for holding. Blanket, thank you for warming. Window, thank you for letting the night in safely. Door, thank you for keeping the boundary. This isn't childish. It's respectful. Respect calms the body. Calm bodies sleep. Let's end with a slow, guided arrival into sleep. If you're already there, float. If you're awake, come with me. Feel the back of your head heavy and give the pillow permission to hold more of it. Feel the weight of your eyelids. Let them rest as if the bones of your face could sink through the skin into the softness below. Notice the width of your collarbones and lay your breath there like a shawl. Let it slide down to your ribs, inflating the back body, not just the front. Place your attention in the bowl of the pelvis and imagine warm light pouring there, heavy and quiet. Let that warmth run down the thighs, pooling in the knees, sliding to the calves and ankles and the backs of your heels. Let your feet feel wider than they are, like small boats moored in a gentle tide. Return to the hands. Uncurl the fingers completely and let the palms face the ceiling or rest on your belly. Whisper, "No more grasping tonight." If a thought knocks, answer from behind the door, "Tomorrow." If it knocks again, you can say, "I wrote it down." Whether you did on paper or in your mind's shelf, the night is not a courtroom. You don't owe it argument. You owe it breath, and you are breathing. For a final kindness, imagine the earth under your building, the rock and soil and old roots, bearing you the way it has borne every sleeping ancestor. You do not make gravity work by believing in it. It works because it does. Trust is like that. You don't have to manufacture it. You only have to stop gripping long enough to feel where you are held. Place one hand over your heart and one over your belly. Inhale for a count that feels kind. Exhale for one beat longer. Whisper, "Complete." Whisper, "Sleeper." Whisper, aloud. The room is only a room. The dark is only night. You are a body that knows how to rest when you stop telling it to be a machine. May the blue hour ease into black in a way that feels like water. May your breath rock you. May your mind accept that it can put the clipboard down. May your heart trust that repair is waiting for daylight, mercy is waiting with it, and you don't have to do any of that now. Rest, dear friend, or let yourself be gently awake as the night does its quiet work. Either way, you are no longer carrying the day alone. The lamp has lowered, the frame has been thanked, the bowl is washed, the name tags are in their dish. This is enough, more than enough. Sleep if it comes, rest if it doesn't. I am with you until morning, and morning will know how to find you. Arrive one last time tonight the way a bird settles onto a familiar branch. No hurry, just an easy meeting with what holds you. Feel the surface beneath you receive your weight. Loosen the hinge of your jaw. Let the shoulders drop a bead on the string of your spine. Notice one sound within arm's reach and one sound far away. Let your breath wander down and spill out slowly, like warm water from a cup. We have walked a long path together. This final part is not a finish line. It is a soft gate that opens from night into the ordinary days that wait for you. Before we look forward, let's place a hand of gratitude on what has carried us. You practiced clear seeing instead of quick judging. You tasted the relief of letting go and the steadiness of acceptance. You learned the shape of compassion, warmth and courage, hand in hand. You met wanting, pushing away, and confusion with release, allowing, and seeing. You loosened old identities with the word sometimes, and you upgraded your inner voice from the drill sergeant to the kind coach. You practiced equanimity, wise speech, gentle boundaries, and repair. You listened to the body's language, hands, feet, jaw, breath, and built small rituals that make peace repeatable. Doorway pauses, two-sip meditations, for corners, blue hour invitations, complete at the sink, name the room, set it down, mark melt move. None of this needs to be remembered as a list. It lives inside you now the way a song does when you've hummed it for many nights. You will forget and remember and forget and remember. That is the rhythm of living, and you are allowed to surf it with mercy. Let's craft a simple blessing you can wear into your week like a soft scarf. 3 bows that require no ceremony, only honesty. The first bow is to your body. Touch your palm to your sternum or the back of your neck and whisper, "Thank you for carrying me." The second bow is to your heart-mind, the part of you that feels, thinks, plans, and tries. Rest a hand on your brow or cheek and whisper, "Thank you for learning with me." The third bow is to the world you move through. Messy, luminous, indifferent, generous. Turn your face slightly toward a window or the door and whisper, "Thank you for letting me practice here." When you do these bows, the nervous system hears a language older than words. Respect, belonging, permission. Respect steadies the breath. Belonging widens the gaze. Permission lets you set the bag down at the door. In the mornings ahead, you don't need a complicated ritual to be good. You need a humane start. Wake, feel your feet without moving them, and say, "I'm here." Sit up, place a hand on your heart and one on your belly, and say, "I'll try softer." Stand, touch the doorframe and say, "Only the next kind step." You might drink water before email. Let the first 2 sips be unhurried, and ask the body, fuel, movement, water, or quiet. Give it 90 seconds of what it names. If you forget and start sprinting, you haven't lost the morning. You have found the bell. Pause at the next doorway. Begin again. The practice is not a fragile vase. It is a river with many places to enter. Through your day, keep one pocket phrase with you like a smooth stone. You already know several, whether not identity. Remove the arrow. Only the next right small step. Inputs with care, outcomes with ease. Try softer. Begin soft. Complete. Different clocks. Empty boat. You do not need to carry them all. Choose one that makes your exhale lengthen when you whisper it. That's the one for this season. Pocket phrases are not spells. They are handles. When the mind's box gets slippery, a handle lets you lift without straining. As you move among people, remember the blueprint of care, clarity, request. Begin with care. "I'm on your side," or "You matter to me," or "I want this to work for both of us." Add clarity that is specific and humane. When that happened, I felt tight and confused. Close with a request the body can meet. Could we pause when voices rise? Or can we align it too? If you forget and deliver the old speech, you have not failed. You have gathered data. Repair in one clean sentence. I spoke sharply.
I'm sorry.
You matter more than my tone. Then breathe once and do the next kind thing. You are stitching the day so it doesn't unravel into your night. For your devices, which are both bridges and storms, keep digital dusk as a gentle boundary. Pick a time that is real for your life. Dim the screen. Set it to grayscale if that helps. Place your hand on the back of the device and whisper "Thank you for today." Then set it down like a bowl you've washed. Put your palm over it for one breath as if tucking in a child. The body understands. Something has ended. You are not rejecting the world. You're inviting the room you live in to come back into focus. When the 3 frictions visit, wanting, pushing away, confusion, treat them as familiar weather, not intruders. Wanting arrives, "More, then I'll be okay." Release replies, "Maybe enough for now," and you open your hands. Pushing away arrives, "Not this." Acceptance replies, "This is here," and you soften your jaw. Confusion arrives, "I don't know." Clear seeing replies, "Window, mirror, door," and you name the facts, feel the body, choose one small step. These moves take seconds. Their power accumulates like interest in a quiet account. There will be days when grief fills the room, when plan meets illness, when the world's news rides into your chest, when sleep keeps distance. On those days, make your life smaller on purpose. Find 1 square foot of okayness, a patch of wall, the cool corner of a pillow, the weight of a heel, the steam from a cup. Let the breath meet that square foot for 3 rounds. Name one mercy. I will feed myself something warm, or I will touch sunlight. Or I will text a friend 3 words, thinking of you. You are not abandoning your obligations. You are building a bridge strong enough to carry them tomorrow. Compassion is not a luxury. It is fuel. Use it first, not last. There is a story I want to seat near your bedside like a quiet friend. People tell that, near the end of his life, the Buddha lay between 2 trees. Blossoms fell without ceremony. He offered the same instruction he had offered under many skies. Make of yourself a light. In our language, be a lamp to your own path. Not a searchlight that scorches you, not a flashing sign that demands the world applaud. An ordinary lamp you can carry from room to room. Clear seeing, letting go, compassion. You have practiced the lamp for many hours now. It does not need to be bright to be true. A small lamp prevents 1,000 stumbles. If you like images to carry, take this one, a kitchen at first light. The kettle clicks. The counter is still a little wet from last night's cloth. One clean bowl sits ready. You are not chasing meaning. You are washing a bowl and feeling the heat of water. You are in the world where life actually happens, in movement and breath, in hands and eyes, in simple speech and shared rooms. Enlightenment, stripped of myth and made humble, is just this. Not fighting the moment you are already in. Of course we forget. Of course we tighten. Of course we compare and defend and hurry. And of course we can soften, pause, bow our heads and begin again. Over and over, the string tuned to the middle note. Let's weave a closing practice you can repeat whenever you want to return. There's a small circuit I call porch, path, pillow, 3 breaths for 3 thresholds. First, the porch. Picture the doorway to your day or night. Place a hand on the frame or your own forearm. Breath 1, I'm here. Second, the path. Feel your feet or the memory of their rhythm. Breath 2, only the next kind step. Third, the pillow. Even if you're far from a bed, let the jaw loosen and the tongue rest. Breath 3, complete for now. That's the circuit. Porch, path, pillow. You can walk it in 15 seconds. You can walk it across a city, a workday, a season, a grief. Before we bless the road ahead, I want to speak to the part of you that still suspects you must earn rest, that thinks you need a perfect track record to deserve ease. You don't. You are not a machine we fix into perpetual output. You are a breathing animal in a world that keeps changing. The path is not a performance. It's a companionship with your own life. When you forget, come back to the body's simple proofs. Hands, feet, jaw, breath. When you feel small, let beauty share its scale. A square foot of light on the wall, the shape of steam, the sound of a night car, the softened sigh of fabric. When you are proud, harvest the data and keep your feet on the ground. When you are ashamed, add context and make the next small repair. When you are tired, practice gravity permission and let 10% more of your weight be held. Now, a gentle narrative to carry forward like a low song. Imagine the week as a river with familiar bends. Monday arrives with a tight jaw. You place your tongue on the floor of your mouth and answer one email kindly. Tuesday brings a small victory. You enjoy it, harvest the data, and water a plant. Wednesday stirs comparison. You touch your chest and whisper different clocks. Thursday asks for a boundary. You speak in a low tone. I want to help, and I can offer 30 minutes. Friday invites celebration. You laugh without apology and wash one bowl slowly. Saturday gives you a blue hour. You sit by a window and let evening color your skin. Sunday presses grief into your palm. You place it on the night shelf and say, tomorrow, nothing grand. A lamp carried room to room. Let's close with the widest blessing I can offer in plain speech. A blessing meant to seep into your calendar and your bones. May your mornings begin with permission rather than pressure. May you tune before you play. May water find your mouth before headlines find your eyes. May your feet remember the ground. May your work be guided by honest verbs. Reply, align, repair, decline. May you do the next right small step and trust it to count. May you ask, what should give? And let something give gently. May your speech be true and kind and as timely as you can manage. When you miss, may repair be simple and soon. May you keep one sentence in your pocket that opens stuck doors. I care, and I need. May your devices become tools, not landlords. May you set them down like washed bowls and return to rooms that breathe. May your eyes look out the longest window you can find at least once a day. May your body be met as a wise partner, fed, watered, stretched, listened to. May your jaw unhook, your shoulders drop, your exhale finish, your hands open. May gravity be a friend you remember. May your identity be roomy. May you be more than one thing. May the word sometimes keep seams open. May name tags rest in their bowl at night while the bare arm self sleeps. May wanting soften into enoughness, resisting soften into allowing, confusion soften into the clarity of one next step. May you remember that being soft and being strong can be the same motion. May your home grow small railings that save you from falls, doorway pauses, complete at the sink, bowls for tomorrow, lantern walks. May beauty show up in crumbs and be enough to sweeten your hours. May your evenings land. May the lamp lower. May the blue hour find you by a window thanking three simple shapes. May the night hold what you set on the shelf. May rest count even when sleep is shy. May you bless your neighbors in quiet ways. A kind look at a crossing. A thank you said like you mean it. A patience that saves somebody else's afternoon. May you let yourself be helped. May you be a lamp to your own path, not a judge with a whistle. May your lamp be small and steady and close to your hands. May it show you the ground and the next step and the faces of those you love. And when you forget all of this, as you will because you are human, may remembering be as simple as one breath with a finished exhale and a whisper. Begin again. Let's end as we began, with the body, the breath, and the kindness that requires no permission slip. Feel the backs of your eyes relax, like curtains settling. Feel the breadth of your collarbones and lay your breath there like a shawl. Feel the ribs widen sideways, the back body receiving air like a field taking rain. Feel the bowl of the pelvis heavy and kind. Feel the palms as warm bowls, the soles as small boats at anchor. Let the next exhale finish all the way. Let your jaw unhook again by a notch. Whisper three words that you can keep. I'm here. Whisper. I'm allowed. Whisper. Complete. If sleep comes, let it take you like a river takes a leaf. If wakefulness stays, rest anyway. You are horizontal in a world that can wait. In the morning, a doorframe will be there. Your lamp will be near your hand. Your day will accept a kinder start. And you, dear friend, you will still be you, but looser, warmer, steadier, with a little more room in your chest for breath to move. We have walked together long enough for trust to grow. Trust the small rails. Trust the ordinary doors. Trust the animal wisdom of hands and feet and breath. Trust that peace is not a miracle but a posture, available in bowls and doorways and evening windows. Trust that you can begin again and again and again. I am with you in the rhythm, as steady as a hand on the frame, as patient as a kettle waiting to sing. Rest now, or drift, or sit quietly with your own lamp. The path is in your rooms, in your calendar, in your voice, in your hands. You belong to it and it belongs to you. This is enough, more than enough. Good night.